Auburn and Tennessee seem automatic. You throw LSU in there.
Yeah, you can't. That would be, yeah.
It's been the most watched SEC game most of the time since Saban's been in Tuscaloosa, right?
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. Bama's certainly gotten the best of them.
Yeah, this is going to be tricky because, again, not only is LSU really difficult to narrow theirs down, but Georgia. Everybody's a rival with Georgia.
Yeah, Tennessee, South Carolina, Auburn. Yeah, Auburn's South's oldest rivalry. So Auburn's got to play Georgia and Bama no matter what. They already do anyway, but they get the brutal end of that.
You didn't mention Florida. Like, I would say Auburn and Florida are their top two, and then you got to figure out the other one.
Yeah. And then South Carolina, Tennessee's kind of a thing, too. And Kentucky's right there, but that's a thing, too.
Yeah. I would not want to be in charge of that.
Yeah. Well, you just let the TV partners end up doing it. So
I do like that it's rotating more though, because like for example, Ole Miss hadn't been to Athens since 2007, and they're going this fall.
Hey, Chris Lowe told us today that Georgia's never played at College Station. They've never been on Kyle Field.
Yeah, I really hope it'll rotate more. I think that'll be good. And then also with the way that the playoffs heading to 12 teams, I mean, even with the 9-game schedule, I think, if you go 9-3 in the SEC, I mean, you're going to be right at that 9, 10, 11, 12 spot. So, I mean, the 9-game schedule, a loss isn't the death knell it used to be.
Yeah.
A lot of people asking, when you get out to the Met, what are some of your favorite things to do this week? Obviously, other than watching the game, what do you do all week long in Hoover for the SEC tournament?
So my friends, I'm from Monroe, Louisiana, and my high school friends always have a tailgate with the tent, like out in the left field wall, and so they brought a bunch of boudin and sausage and all kinds of good food. So I'm going to go out there and eat their free food. It's one of my favorite things I'm going to do.
Do you go out in town?
But I had fun at the little kids thing. Like last year, I mean, I was hitting in the batting cage. They had that indoor thing. I mean, I went around, I got in the batting cage, did all kinds of stuff. I'll probably go mess around with some of that stuff. And, I just enjoy being around college baseball. I think it's the most underrated sport. I've thought that for a long time. I mean, pro baseball to me, I mean, I know they're so good, but it's almost like boring because they're so good. And college baseball with metal bats and the fact you'll see some errors and the games are unpredictable, it's just a fun product. And especially, seeing the growth. Something we talked about at dinner last night. I mean, it used to be they gave these tickets away. Tonight with Bama and Auburn, I mean, it's going to be a Tuesday night. It's going to be popping in there.
It's the highest demand we've ever had for an SEC baseball tournament in Birmingham.
Is that what
the ticket is? Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, it's a crazy ticket, and I've always said that one of the reasons the lack of popularity for college baseball is the inability to gamble on it. Brad Bohannon taught me that you can actually gamble on college baseball during the regular season, and you've been doing it for a couple of years now.
Yeah, and the thing with college baseball gambling, through trial and error, we figured this out. I had a just horrendous 2021 where I got laughed at. I had like a run in Omaha. I was like 2-9 or something, and it became like the joke at Barstool. The whole world faded me, but I figured out my strategy was wrong. The beauty of college baseball is no one knows what the hell is going to happen with metal bats. And I think the thing I found is that the lines are priced too heavily toward the favorites. And so, I mean, I just take the plus signs, give me the plus 160, plus 180 all day. And, you go 1-1, you're making money. You go 1-2, you're breaking even. Right. And so that's kind of my style. I think the thing that burns people in college baseball, man, you don't want to lay this 220, 250, 300. If you do like a favorite, lay the 1.5, lay the 2.5, because it's higher scoring games. Pro baseball, it's 3-2, it's 2-1. These college games get a little wilder, so you can lay the run lines a little more.
Out of time here, 10-second answer. Hell State Sports 018 says, did concession stand sales go down at Ole Miss this year because you guys didn't throw as many drinks in the air?
I don't think so. I actually think that they did better this year because the ticket sales were actually better. Because what was crazy about the last year's season was because it was weird. They fell off mid in the year, and there was some apathy during the middle of the season before the hot run. This year, they sold everything out to heck before the year because they won the title.
I think he was joking that y'all sucked. But
we did.
Mississippi State
6-24 at SEC is not very good.
Ben Mincy in studio for the hour. That's the show today. We're back with you tomorrow, live again at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another live show starts right now. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, and remember, nextround.store, the mannequin in between us today, as Lance is hopefully safely in Las Vegas. He wasn't supposed to get there until 10:45 Vegas time, late flight. So I never heard from him because I was cutting logs, cutting Z's, kicking Z's.
Logs.
What's it called? What's it called? What's the old saying?
Sawing logs.
Sawing logs.
Was he going to check in with you when we got there?
Well,
Hey,
I had
Jim, I
said,
made
man,
it.
because he flies horribly.
I do.
And, we have to medicate him like a dog to get him on a plane.
Yeah, so here, eat this hot dog.
And
There's nothing in there.
He's traveling solo, so I was just like worried that, we medicated him and put him in his crate, and then somebody didn't get him out of his crate, and he's in Malaysia now.
Oh, could you imagine Lance in Vegas trying to get out of that crate just so he can get to the strip?
I don't get mad anymore.
So he doesn't get mad anymore, man.
I would tap the brakes on that one. He doesn't get as mad anymore.
So it's 7 o'clock out in Vegas. Maybe we can do a wake-up call with LT at some point a little bit later on. Not worry about the guys when they're traveling, man. I missed Brown yesterday, but I knew he wasn't internationally traveling.
I was not.
Graduation day for your daughter yesterday. How'd that go?
It went phenomenal. I think I sent Scott some photos. There's the gorgeous Anna Catherine Brown, my oldest daughter, getting ready to walk across the stage.
Is that from your seat?
That is not from my seat. That is from my seat. That's
Okay.
her coming back to her seat after she had received her diploma. A beautiful photo by my wife there. There she is with her
she's
high school
beautiful.
diploma. She looks just like her mom outside of the Hannah Center there at Samford University. And there's the whole happy family.
Yeah.
My wife, Jennifer, my youngest daughter, Hallie, and
God, Hallie's getting so tall.
new graduate, Anna Kate.
Yeah, congratulations.
What a
man.
day, huh?
It is. And, ours was at UAB for my daughters. And I gave you the advice about, getting right into the stage, walking across. But it looks like you got a good photo from somebody on the stage walk there.
So Anna Kate had told us, hey, if you do that, you're kind of wasting your time. You're not going to be able to see it as well as you think, the way they had it set up.
Yeah, I've never been to one at Samford.
Yeah, after the walkthrough, she was like, it's not going to be what you think it's going to be. Y'all just sit wherever you want to. So we chose a seat, that was kind of closer to her. Obviously got there when the doors opened so we could get said seat. That's part of graduation, right? And then Samford is one of the most beautiful campuses in the entire world. Gorgeous campus, Samford University. The Hannah Center, phenomenal facility.
It is.
However, is there coming now?
Oh,
Great people. And I'm a Southern Baptist. It's a Southern Baptist school. So my tithe money has gone to help build that campus, I would imagine, or maybe my grandparents' tithe money.
yeah, at some point.
At some point, yeah. So I love it. I love Samford. Love everything about them. Phenomenal people.
But
They did not build that campus for that many people at one time to get out onto Lakeshore. Probably the worst traffic I've ever sat in.
I think part of its beauty is there's not a main road that runs through the middle of campus.
That is true.
It's
There's
all
not.
off of a somewhat of a main road, but it's basically off of a 4-lane divided highway.
Yeah, and as Tyler's sister graduated with my daughter, and as Tyler pointed out, a lot of people live on 280. And there's a turn lane that goes towards 280, but apparently a lot of people don't exit Samford and go to 280 because, as Tyler said, he estimated maybe 3 cars per arrow were able to get through.
Yep.
So basically you're letting 3 cars per time off campus. It takes a minute to get off campus.
It does.
And the local restaurant, could only hold a reservation so long, Rockstar.
Yeah. So when you're trying to eat,
I'm sorry, man. We had a better
It was
time.
a tough time.
if you're trying to eat between 4 and 5, because you have the grandparents with you and everything,
That's right.
and kids
Trying
and
to
everything.
thread that needle and not make everybody sit around and wait for dinner. You want to try to time it out just right. It was tough.
It was tough.
So people are asking, did I dance? Or excuse me, did I cry?
Well, did you
No,
dance?
the reason I looked at that is Bob said no dancing zone. I don't know what he was like.
No dancing zone is Sanford back in the day, yes.
Yes. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And Jared was asking, what is this salty discharge? My wife and I'm not a very emotional person. You know that. You've known me forever, right?
Yeah, my wife and you and Jennifer are three of the lifeless people I know.
Yeah, people that cry all the time. They like to criticize those who don't. But
I cried during the Bama Rush documentary last night.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I got to hear. I need a review on that one because
And it's not worth anybody's time.
well,
It
that's
is
what I've
not
heard. I've
worth
heard it's
anybody's
very
time.
underwhelming.
Yeah, first of all, I thought it was going to be like a 6-part series. It's one show, but we'll get into it.
So anyway, I don't cry much at all. So no, I did not tear up. I am incredibly proud of her. She has been.
Did she cry? Did she cry at any
No,
point?
not really.
Not when she toured her elementary school and saw her elementary school teachers. Did y'all do that there? at
Yeah,
Chelsea?
she walked the halls and saw her elementary school teachers and her younger sister. I mean, think about that.
Oh,
Her
yeah.
youngest sister was standing right there in the hall, and they had made signs for her. Her class had made signs just for Anna Kate.
I mean, to me, that's when it set in for Harper when she's walking, and there she is with her first grade teacher again. And I was
Yeah.
like,
You go to
wow,
the-
that went fast because
Yeah.
I remember taking her to that class.
You go to the bathroom and look how small the toilets are. Like, how low to the ground these things
I got to
are.
squat to pee.
Yeah.
So there is a chance I was more emotional about AK's graduation than you.
What, did you shed a tear?
I got a little misty talking to
Okay,
her the
well,
other night.
then there you go.
On my
You probably
drive,
are.
wherever I was driving from, I was like, I'm a little misty.
So I did not cry, but I can't tell you how proud I am. It does not mean I'm not proud of her. I know
Yeah.
you cry
Oh,
people like
yeah.
that. So
Yeah.
I'm just not an emotional guy most of the time. So no, I'm very proud of her. The graduation was great. Those are not my favorite events, graduations. I don't go to many of those, but I would not have missed this one for the world.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff I don't like that happens in graduation.
Oh, there's no reason for you to be there unless your kid's there.
That's absolutely
do
correct.
not go.
Listen,
Kids
I
and
will-
grandkids, that's it.
I will double the financial gift I give to you for a graduation gift if I don't have to come to the graduation.
No, there's no reason for anybody
Yeah.
to be there unless it's your kid or grandkid.
Like, here's the thing. My brother has two sons, and one of them will graduate, I think he's a ninth grader. I think he's a freshman now. So he'll graduate soon, and they didn't come to this one, so I think I'm off the hook there.
no,
I would think with graduation, it's immediate family.
yeah,
Well,
I would
yeah.
think only.
I don't think cousins
And you're limited.
uncles and-
We're limited on tickets, too. You only
Right.
get so many tickets to the graduation, so you can't invite everybody.
And see, at that point, I think you're really hurting the other folks at that point.
That's right.
Who are trying to get their family in there as well, their
I mean,
immediate
we
family.
used all our tickets, but you're
Yeah.
limited on tickets, so you can only bring so many people to graduation.
No. Uncles, aunts,
Yeah.
friends, all due respect, as much as I FOMO about everything.
What the hell does Greg from Pell City do?
There was
He's got to get on the secondary
well,
market.
first off, he's going to either a wedding, a birth, a baptism, or a graduation every year
Yeah, there's
for
gotta
the
be
last decade and for the next 20.
It's going to be for every 3 months. He's got a huge event.
Yeah, I mean, I follow Greg from Pell City, great sponsor, Storm Restoration Roofing. I follow him on social media, and it is the most active feed because somebody's having a freaking birthday or an anniversary or a childbirth or a wedding or a graduation, or they've won a
Yeah.
medal in something every day.
Yeah.
Every day. Like he needs to hire Taylor just to handle his family's social media. it's more active than ours.
So the graduation after us is funny you bring that up. Vestavia graduated after us at the Hannah Center, so our group had to clear out, and the Vestavia was the next stop.
Well,
Well, that's another traffic problem.
And then you need 30 minutes in between.
You have
nightmare.
inflow, outflow?
No. I mean that's what I'm saying. Sanford's just not built for this. But the thing is,
You know what's happening? You guys are coming out, turning left, going to 280. They're coming down
Correct.
from Vestavia.
That's right.
Passing you, and then that's
just a dead. Oh,
that's
just
a
a
log
nightmare,
jam.
Jim. I can't express to you how bad the traffic was. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Bucky hopes he has that kind of problem. Next basketball
Yeah,
season.
no doubt. So, but from what I understand, Rockstar, because they have a bigger graduation class, same size facility, Hannah Center, same exact setup, they had fewer tickets per family because the graduation class is bigger. And apparently, and I'm not kidding, a friend of mine told me it might be the hottest ticket in town right now. Like, I can get you SEC baseball tickets cheaper than I can a Vestavia graduation ticket.
Bama Beth, listening up in the Nashville area, Franklin, I believe. My parents and I just attended a graduation for my cousin, their niece's son.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, great family.
Yeah,
Bama
absolutely.
Beth, you are one of the best people I've ever met. I cannot do that. You're a better person than me on that. Greg, not Greg from Pell City, but Greg with a mountaintop eye, kind of beautiful
That's
caricature of a
gorgeous,
mountaintop
yes.
there. Except for inclement weather, graduation still needs to be on a football field. That's the way they're should be set up
Well,
in his way.
mine was supposed to be when I graduated, but it rained, so the backup plan was the high school gym. You think that might have been a little toasty on a rainy May?
And that's a loser, too, because at that point, it's basically just your mom and dad,
Yeah,
right?
they hadn't been running the AC all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no tickets at Sachs High School. It was just first come, first serve on the seats, or you stand around, you know. This is a ticketed event, and it's indoors. I mean, that's the way pretty much everybody around here either uses, all the big schools anyway, either use Bartow or the Hannah Center.
That's right.
I think we were like the fourth one already in the Hannah Center. And then Bartow's got the really big schools like Hoover and Thompson and all those.
Oh, I figured Hoover and Spain Park had big enough gyms they could just do it in theirs.
No. They do it at Bartow, my man.
It was a joke, I know. All right, that's graduation day. That's why Brown wasn't here yesterday. LT's out trying to graduate some day baseball wins and bring some money into his pocket. Bring those things back in. Before we jump into the headlines and what's going on in the sports world, a ton of stuff to get to. But Brown's going to tell us about the remodeling that has gone on in his bathroom.
Jimmy D, we bought our house, back in 2015. It had the original bathroom in it. And when Scott always shows pictures, people are like, hey, that bathroom's not as bad as you painted out to be, Brown. And I get it. It's not an awful bathroom. It's just not the bathroom we wanted. So we wanted to update our bathroom, make it look like we wanted it to look. So my wife's like, okay, we're going to do this right now. So she scoured the internet. And she looked at reviews and talked to people, and we picked Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. I'm so glad we did because he did incredible work. His crew was courteous, on time, which you can't make that promise anymore with a lot of contractors. On time, they did a clean job, they did a quick job, and they did incredible work. It is a gorgeous bathroom. I mean, we've done this so much when people come over to the house, like, I got to see the master bath, and everybody's blown away by it. So listen, stop looking at your old ugly tiles, shower or bathroom or kitchen. He does kitchens too. Call my man, Brad Bell. Here's his cell number, 205-422-1758. Anywhere in Alabama, he can help you out. 205-422-1758. Reach out to me if you missed any of this. I'll help you get in touch with him. I've done that for many, many, many people in our audience. Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling.
Listen, I'm not going to die on this hill. I apologize to all the uncles and nieces I may have offended out there. Brooks asking, what if you are an aunt and uncle that doesn't have kids?
Yeah.
Is that good enough reason to go see your niece and nephew? Yes, I'm not dying on this hill. A lot of you are commenting about that. I am an independent. I'm neither a Republican or a Democrat.
That's right. Jim's in the middle of the road on everything.
I am not here to tell you.
I'm an American. That's what I am.
That's right. I'm an American. I'm not here to tell you how to live your life. I live in a country where I expect freedoms to you go to whatever graduation you want to go to. I am not going to be upset about you going to your nieces and nephews, your neighbors, your supper clubs. We had a graduation party for our supper club. 3 more out of our supper club graduating from Spain Park, Oak Mountain, and Chelsea this week, and I cried at it. Would love to be at all their graduations, but I'm not going to go.
Well,
I'm not going to take up somebody else's seat.
All I was saying is, we only had 10 tickets for the family, right? So it was grandparents, my wife, my daughter, and 2 of my daughter's best friends.
10's a good number.
10 is a good number, right? So we only had the 10 tickets. So, my brother and his kids couldn't come. My brother-in-law and his son couldn't come. So I don't know if that gets me off the hook for theirs or if they're like, oh, no, we got unlimited seating. Y'all just come on. But they weren't at Anna Kate, so I think I'm off the hook, Rockstar. I mean, I'd like a ruling on this right now so I can plan ahead.
Okay, make it our Bud Light. First Bud Light question. If Brown's brother didn't come to his daughter's graduation, does he have to go to their kid's graduation?
That's right, yeah.
However you want to word
question,
that, Taylor. Brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We've got a Bud Light extra show today for you. We'll get to some Ask Us Anythings and some interesting life topics later today. 5 to 6 o'clock is our scheduled time to go live from Top Golf. And we'll be there, by the way, enjoying a few swings as well as I try to I may bring my driver.
Yeah.
My own driver and try to show you how much I've improved my drives.
I would love to see that.
I've been killing it lately. By the way, I've got finally in my life I've paid $48.75 for no reason at all because I don't need it because I never play in tournaments. But I have an official USGA handicap.
Oh, really?
Yep.
$48. I don't think it costs that much.
$48.47 is what it charged me.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I pay $25 a year.
$48. When's the last time you bought one? It's still
I get it every year. It just renews every year.
Your grandfather in, I guess.
Maybe. I don't know.
$48.27 for me.
Yeah.
The appropriate question here, Brown, would be, what's your handicap, Jim?
What's your handicap, Jim? Putting. Hey, don't forget Bud Light is going to.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
What's your handicap,
I'm
Jim?
playing at a 14.1.
Hey, congratulations.
Oh my
That's
God!
really good.
That's like
SBA
worth
standards.
$48.
Did he update his weight yesterday, Rockstar?
Yeah, 191.2 or
Was
something
that before
like that.
the shower?
0.6.
Oh.
Was that before the shower? Did you wait
No,
before the shower?
before the shower,
See,
yeah.
I told you it'd help.
Had a big steak last night. Update coming later.
Oh my!
Bud Light hosting a pre-party for the FC match tonight. They're at Top Golf. Food and beverages complimentary from Bud Light. You heard me right. Food and beverages right there in the Bud Light area, complimentary. They're going to have a swing and win game, sunglasses, Peter Millar polo, $100 gift card, and much, much more from our friends at Bud Light. That is tonight at Top Golf. 5 to 6 is when we're doing the show. They'll be there tonight before the game. So if you're going to the game, swing by Top Golf first and get complimentary food and beverage from Bud Light and your chance to win great prizes.
The last time I played in the Regions Pro-Am, I played as a 24. I've worked down to a 14.1, and that doesn't impress you
It
at all?
does. No, I've told a lot of people that you have improved tremendously from when we first started playing. I've said that many times.
Yeah. If you do anything 3 times a week, it proves you get better at it.
Yeah, most stuff, I think, yeah.
Yeah, especially when you play the same 3 or 4 courses over and over. You learn where you can miss, and it hits
That's
the
right.
hill and bounces right where you need it to bounce.
You get comfortable in those courses.
You
no
really
doubt.
do. All right, yesterday the SEC baseball tournament. While we're in a complimentary mood, hats off to the folks at the Hoover Met, the grounds crew that is handling the SEC tournament, the SEC officials. I thought yesterday was a washout. I didn't think they'd play one full game. They played them all. They played every one of them. We're not behind at all.
Yeah, I couldn't believe they even got the first one started.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I was like, well, say, it might be after lunch before they get this thing started, and all of a sudden we're going to be behind the rest of the tournament.
No.
They got the whole daggum thing in with only one rain delay, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we had a dome here, we'd be right on schedule.
Yeah.
And we didn't have a dome, and it was a rainy day. Now, it's been raining still this morning, but, I mean, I'm not going to doubt the folks in Hoover.
No, they're the
Met.
best, man.
They've been knocking it out, and so, too, is Alabama and Auburn. All of a sudden, the state of Alabama is what the state of Mississippi used to be in baseball. We care, and we're winning. The earlier game, the 4:30 game, Alabama won again. Hunter Furtado, like that name. Hunter Furtado went out 5 scoreless innings. Really doesn't, he's 1-1 now on the year. But number 24 Alabama beat number 25 Kentucky 4-0. Andrew Pickney has been on fire hitting. He had another home run, 2 for 4, 3 RBIs. So Kentucky's eliminated. But as you pointed out many times, Brownie, Kentucky's eliminated, still nationally ranked, and may host.
Yeah, I think number 2 in the RPI last time I looked.
That's how good baseball is in the SEC. But Alabama's now to the double elimination part of the tournament. They play number 2 in the country, Florida, coming up today, 4:30. They are 9 of 11 since they fired their coach.
It's crazy, and it makes you wonder. David Dellucci will join us around 9:30 when he gets off the set there for the pregame. And, I mean, it makes you wonder, and I don't know if we'll ever know the full answer to this, but was Brad Bohannon actively sabotaging this team?
Like, was he tanking?
I mean, it's a legit question now, right?
Yeah.
This team was middle of the road, Southeastern Conference, close, but not quite there, until he got fired for all of this. And they've been a really good team since then. Like Kendall Rogers, who I trust, a guy that has been on this show before, he said it right after Bohannon got fired. He's like, guys, this is a dangerous team. This is a really guy. I can't figure out what's going on with this team, but they're a good enough baseball team to be dangerous. And lo and behold, Kendall was right. And I saw him say it again last night. He's like, I'm telling you, Alabama is a dangerous baseball team.
9 of 11 they've won, but Auburn's won 9 straight.
No, they're peaking at the right time, too. It's
and
crazy.
all SEC,
Yeah.
Auburn, number 13 in the country, beat Missouri 10-4. Missouri's eliminated. Cole Foster with a 3-run home run. 7 extra base hits. Now, when I think Auburn, I think Butch Thompson and his masterful way of handling his bullpen and his pitching staff, and to me, that's what's gotten Auburn to Omaha with Butch. But they're hot. They won 9 straight. No team's hotter than them in the SEC. In fact, somebody asked me yesterday, I think it was Brittany, as we were doing next round cocktails. She says, hey, who do you think wins the SEC baseball tournament? I'm like, it's like the SEC
Well, it's
basketball.
so hard to predict.
Does it really
Yeah.
matter? It's all these teams are going to be in the postseason.
Yeah, and your top teams probably want to, get out of there.
But I said, I'll take Vandy.
Yeah.
She goes, not LSU. They're number 1. And I said, no, their pitching's not as deep as some. I think they'll save their pitchers to try to set up for, the next couple of weeks. She goes, how about Auburn? And I said, God, that's a better pick than Vandy because Auburn's hot. Way to go, Brittany. But Auburn and Vandy play each other today.
Yeah, it gets real for Alabama and Auburn today.
After the Alabama game today. So SEC tournament, Chris is out at the Met listening to us right now. He says tarps are off. Looks like we're going to start on time. Thank you for that update. Chris from out at the Hoover Met. We'll talk to David Dellucci coming up in about 10 minutes on that.
I think it'll be a great crowd. I love Alabama and Auburn being in the same sessions. I think that just makes it such a fun crowd there, and I know those that are selling tickets love that too. But, I mean, starting at 4:30 today, you got Florida, Alabama, Vandy, Auburn. I mean, that should be – I know it's just a Wednesday evening. This is not the Friday game or the Saturday games or whatever. That should be an incredible atmosphere tonight, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Lance was telling me yesterday he thinks it's the toughest ticket for the SEC tournament that he's ever seen, and I don't know if that's the case, but that's pretty impressive.
In this business, we get hit up a lot for tickets, right? I mean,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I never mind helping those that I care about and I know about. It's the ones I laugh at are the people that like, we haven't texted in a full year. Oh, there's a text for this event. Yeah. Oh, it turns out the only time we text is when this event rolls around, huh? And you're asking me for tickets, right? And those are the ones I'll help if I can, but I don't really break my neck, just to be honest with you. But people I care about, I really try. And I got hit up by some people I care about, and I found like the normal places I get the tickets, Jim, just not there. I don't know if the demand's higher. I know this thing sells out every year, but I think it's the highest demand I've ever seen. Yeah. And I can't explain it. Alabama and Auburn have been better than this. It's not just that they're tremendous. They were both in the single elimination portion of the bracket.
Yeah. And as Bobby, who doesn't get my sarcasm about Ole Miss and Mississippi State, the Mississippis are usually here with their great fans. LSU is here with their great fans. I mean, there's two big fan bases that travel that aren't here this week. Some of their fans are still here because they love baseball.
Yeah, Ole
that
Miss
much.
and Mississippi State. Yeah,
so they're still here. All right, Dellucci coming up from out at the Hoover Met as day 2 of the SEC tournament rolls on. Justin Hokanson joins us at 11. I teased it yesterday, but we didn't get into all the details inside Justin's story because it was behind a paywall. But Hoke joins us at 11 to talk about the transformation that Hugh Freeze has done on the Auburn football roster. Todd Fuhrman at 12 noon later today. Maybe Furman can do a welfare check on LT for us. And when he joins us at 12 noon, everything else going on in basketball, including the Celtics, still alive. All that after we talk to Dellucci. The show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. Yesterday, I was 191.6 Rockstar. Had a nice salad in between the show and, of course, the next round cocktails. Had a cocktail yesterday. Had a big steak last night, grilled a couple for Carter and me. Some green beans on the side. Wonderful ice cream sandwich.
Oh, it's good. He's dropped weight. I can go ahead and tell you with this setup. Yeah.
No, all that. I had an ice cream sandwich.
I know, Jim. There's no way. Jim, let me play the part here, Rockstar. Oh, my gosh, Jim.
How much did you gain?
How much did you gain? You ought to be up over 200 now.
191.6. Held my weight yesterday.
Wow. How would you manage to do that, Jim?
My friends at Way to Wellness, Leslie and her board-certified team will let you or help you jumpstart your weight loss this year. But I started it not really for weight loss. My blood pressure and cholesterol were getting dangerously high. And she's able to, through my diet, control those numbers a little bit. Maybe at some point I'll be on zero medication at all, which is a goal for mine down the road. No cookie cutter plan. Leslie and her team will set up plans for you. Just go to their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. My favorite part about all this is that there's no contracts, there's no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free. So you as a next round viewer gets an opportunity to just see what it's about, see if you like it, maybe try a few sample products, and go from there with no money out of pocket. Go check out Leslie and her board-certified team. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Again, that website is aplanforme.com. Dellucci next, talking baseball, and then we'll get into everything else going on. This is The Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the next round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Let's go! Birmingham Squadron season tickets and the NBA preseason game are now on sale. See future NBA stars at a fraction of the cost by calling 205-719-0850 or by going to birminghamsquadron.com to get your Squadron season membership plan. All season ticket holders will receive complimentary tickets to the NBA preseason game in their season ticket location. And groups of 10 or more can buy their tickets now too. birminghamsquadron.com for details.
Back on Navy Polo Monday, Wednesday, Navy Polo Wednesday here on the show. Yeah, the Navy pullover. We did not know we were wearing this.
We don't
Not anymore.
coordinate
We
anymore.
We used to.
Did
We
we?
just become a robot, yeah.
David Dellucci in just a second. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bromberg's. Brownie will tell us about Bromberg's graduation gifts and other things in just a second. Real quickly, Bama Rush. Lunsford, you watched it. It was an hour and 40 minutes. Here's where I got teared up a little bit, okay?
Teared? You cried at Bama Rush?
I didn't cry. I got a little teared up, and I stopped watching it and shuttled to the end. Call foul if you want. I was about 45 minutes into it, and it's, what is it, an hour and 40?
Yeah. So it's only one episode, hour 40.
Yeah, so one thing.
Is this a spoiler alert at all here?
It was going to be a spoiler alert, but I'll take away the spoiler alert.
Okay.
Michaela, I had become emotionally tied to. I was like, this girl has to make it.
45 minutes, he's become emotionally tied to her.
I mean, I don't know if anybody knows Michaela from Leeds, Alabama. Father passed away, as a police officer. So her story I had been drawn in by her story.
Right.
And so I was all in on Michaela. And 45 minutes into it, I checked to see, well, this episode's going really long. How many episodes are there? And that's when I found out it was only 1 hour and 40 minutes. So it's a documentary. So I was like, I cannot ride this roller coaster now that I'm invested in Michaela getting into her top tier sorority or not. And I didn't know there were top tiers. I mean, I knew people thought some were good, some were. I mean, I didn't know all of this. So I just knew how much it cost. And I was thankful my daughter didn't go to Alabama. So I was like, okay, I cannot ride another hour of Michaela in or out. So I shuttled to the end just to see and so I did not watch the last hour. I just shuttled to the end to see if Michaela was in and out. No spoiler alert, but what now?
You didn't miss much.
I didn't think I would, Lunsford, as it was pretty bad. It was a pretty bad, I mean, it was overhyped and pretty bad. It was not very good.
So do you want me to just not?
You don't need to watch it, Rex.
Well, I have no interest in watching it. I watched the trailer and that was enough. But I was going to try to get the director on. We've been talking with PR, and do you think that's a no-go? Sounds like it's a no-go. It's fine with me.
Oh, you were trying to get somebody on?
Yeah, the director.
Oh.
And I can try to get Michaela if I can find her.
Well,
but
I mean, if we
I don't
get
know if they had to do NDAs about how the thing was filmed.
Yeah. If we get the director on, can we take him to task and say, yeah, we just didn't think you did a good job?
Well,
and we'll be
so
honest?
the director.
Yeah, she's got her story, Brown. I wouldn't come down too hard on her.
Yeah, so the documentary ends up being about the director.
It does.
Not about.
It does.
So, I mean.
But she's got a lifelong illness she's had to overcome. What's
Alopecia.
Alopecia. So she has spent her whole life without hair as a young girl, as a childhood girl going through life. And her story is intertwined into the whole thing.
Well, I mean, I hate to hear that, but did she do a good job with the thing?
I mean.
It started okay.
Yeah.
But, and without getting into spoiler territory about what happens at the end, it basically just all falls apart at the end.
Yeah.
And
the momentum is taken away by a lot of people.
Well, I'm more interested in Michaela to answer the question than I am the director.
I really wanted a Last Chance U shit show when I tuned in.
And that's how it was teased.
No,
too.
Lutz was right. That's what I was expecting.
Did not
too.
get any of that.
That sucks.
Bromberg's as we go to Dellucci
Hey,
to talk baseball.
graduation day for a lot of people. Bromberg's has gorgeous selections of Roberto Coin jewelry for your graduate. Choose from on-trend link bracelets, necklaces from the designer gold collection, fabulous 18-karat love and Verona gold bangles to add to the bracelet stack. The expert team, sales associates at Bromberg's, ready to help make it such an easy gift idea for you. Perfect graduation gifts that she will treasure forever. Visit Bromberg's in Mountain Brook or the Summit, or online at brombergs.com. That's Bromberg's in Mountain Brook or Summit, or online at brombergs.com, and make that graduation gift count forever. David Dellucci, former Ole Miss Rebel, major leaguer, now with the SEC Network, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, David? How are you?
I'm doing great, man. I'm sitting here in right field on the SEC Network studio about to watch the LSU Tigers take on South Carolina. So it's not raining. It's a beautiful day for baseball, and this is the best setting you can be at right now if you're a college baseball fan.
How did you guys get all 4 games in? I mean, I know the SEC Network did not get out
David
there
went out there dragging
and drag the field and put out Diamond Dry, but how did they get all 4 games in yesterday? Hats off to the Met crew, right?
Oh, the crew is phenomenal out here, and I mean it was a good, the rain that had that long delay. I think it was 2 hours and 45 minutes was heavy. But it was also raining before and after. So the amount of Diamond Dry that was put on this field, I'm sure, was not cheap.
I'm dying to know your take. We'll get to Red Hot Auburn in a second. They're their own story. But Alabama, since the firing of their coach, is 9-11 right now. Tell me your take on Alabama and how this team has gotten this hot after losing their coach when some teams, I guess, could have packed it in for the year.
Yeah, they could have. The thing that Alabama has that is grossly underrated is a group of veteran ball players that have been around the block, that understand the routine to be successful, the difficulty in schedule, and the rigorous SEC competition. So when you have guys like Drew Williamson, Andrew Pinckney, Tommy Seidel, who was a transfer from Harvard, Garrett McMillan, Jacob McNary, these guys know how to police themselves on and off the field, and they understand what they need to do for their bodies and minds to perform on the field. So even with the removal of the head coach, and you have a pitching coach that comes in and takes over, the guys still go on their daily routine. So I credit the individual players in continuing the success that they had. And then, look, man, they had momentum from the very beginning of the season, and they just keep producing. Alabama's hitting over 300 as a team. They play great defense. Finally, they've got the majority of their pitching staff healthy. And I tell you what, they have enough momentum, and they've been in this position before where they're looking to go to the postseason. I think they can make a deeper run this year than they have in the past.
David Dellucci is with us. SEC Network at David Dellucci on Twitter is where you find him. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. On the other side of the state of Alabama, nobody in the conference is hotter than Auburn. What do you think clicked about 10 games ago for Auburn that has them playing this way?
Yeah, so I think that I give the credit. Obviously, they have very good players. They've got some really, really quality hitters. and a whole bunch of pitchers that are willing to do whatever they need and fill whatever role Butch Thompson asks them to fill. Coming into this tournament, Auburn had 14 come from behind victories. It's a team that I always say has never say die mentality. They will fight you till the 27th out to finish the game, and they're just a bunch of grinders, man. You know, with Kason Howell and Bobby Pierce, Bryson Ware, Cooper McMurray, great offense, and then the emergence of Tommy Vale. Auburn lost their closer after week 1, and they needed somebody to step up in that role, and Tommy Vale in the second half really helped kickstart that team. And it's a team over the second half of SEC play. I believe they went 12-3, which is phenomenal considering the teams that they've played.
Hey, and listen, I'm not going to pretend I'm a Mississippi or Louisiana sportscaster and I follow baseball well enough to know the answer to this, but I think Auburn has played all year without their top pitching prospect, if I'm correct about that. Tell me what you think of Butch and how he handles that pitching staff. Is that sort of his MO, his cred on the street is how good he is with pitching?
So I look at what Butch has done, and you go around. I'm watching LSU right now, and they've got these top-name players, Dylan Cruz and Paul Skeens, Trey Morgan, Tommy White, and Auburn has good, solid players. But really, outside of Casey Mize, there's no big name that Auburn has put out on the roster. And for Butch to develop players who were not previously drafted out of high school, but then go through that program for 3 or 4 years and then get drafted, it shows you that players get better under Butch Thompson and his staff. And it just him as a man, the positive energy that he has, I can only imagine how good he is behind closed doors in team meetings and on the field. Players just know that he believes in each other, and they play their hearts out for him. It's amazing what he's gotten out of his talent.
Do you think Alabama and Auburn have done enough, David, to host in the first round? Is there anything more needed out of Auburn tonight against Vanderbilt or Alabama against Florida?
I think Auburn has done it. I think coming in, they were right on the verge of being a host, and that one win against a very good offensive Missouri team put them over the top. I think Alabama was coming in the same boat as Tennessee, and the fact that Tennessee lost in the first round, Alabama moves on, I think that gives them the edge. So barring something crazy that happens elsewhere in the country, Auburn is in, and I would have to say right now Alabama is right behind them and will host as well.
Okay, here's the negative of this. The only negative I can come up with this tournament is that, you know, we turn around and we play the regionals and then super regionals, and it seems like everybody who is in Hoover is in the NCAA tournament. So tell me, as a guy who played the game, the importance of trying to win a championship in Hoover, and what are we playing for? How do you manage your staff? Do you want to be there all the way through the weekend?
So ask any of these coaches over here what's their most important goal other than winning, because obviously when you take the field, you want to win every single ball game and you want to win this tournament. The second most important goal is to stay healthy. So I look for all of these coaches to give their pitchers reps because they need live repetitions on the field, not just bullpens. They need to pitch against live batters. They're going to give them reps. They're going to try to get their whole staff in there. And the hitters need to continue working on the timing and in-game one-on-one competition between the pitcher and batter. And in this tournament, you're doing it against the best players in the country. So obviously you want to win. It's the teams with the deepest pitching staff that don't put strain on their starting pitchers or their closers that typically win this. But after this tournament, you go out to regional and you say, hey, we faced a whole lot harder competition in Hoover than what we have in front of us, and it gives you confidence to move on deep into the NCAA.
So who do you think lifts the trophy? I know these things are hard to project because you do wonder sometimes, say a one-seed Florida or LSU, who's number one in the nation. It's nice to win a trophy, but like you and Jim were just talking about, the bigger carrot is ahead of you. So it can be hard to determine that sometimes. But who do you ultimately think lifts this trophy?
A lot of times it's going to go to the team that had that first round bye and also has a deep bullpen. And I'm, the top two teams I'm looking at is Arkansas, who plays A&M today, and Florida, who plays Alabama. Both those squads have a tremendous starting staff. and also have very, very deep and qualified bullpen pitchers that if the starter doesn't go very far, they can unload that bullpen and pick up the slack. That goes along with two tremendous offenses. Arkansas has dealt with injuries throughout the course of the year. Almost all those guys are healthy again. And Florida really has one of the most prolific home run hitting teams in the country with Wyatt Langford and Jack Caglione, who's got 28 home runs and leads the nation. So both of those two would be the forerunners, but you never know. I mean, Alabama's hot. They play Florida today. Auburn is definitely hot. They play Vanderbilt later on today. I think if they get a win in both those games, either one of those teams can make it to the end.
Okay, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but B. Foshi in our chat room, you played with Randy Johnson. They want us to ask you your best Randy Johnson story. Do you have a good one?
I got a ton of them. The one that stands out was Randy was throwing a great game against the Houston Astros in Minute Maid Park. And Bob Brindley asked me to go up. It was late in the game. There was a runner on second. He asked me to go up, a runner on second, third, to pinch hit. We were down 3-1, and pinch hit for Randy Johnson. So he's on deck. The batter in front of him gets out. Randy's walking up to the plate, and I got to come out of the dugout and go, "Hey, unit, I'm hitting for you." He turns around, looks at me, goes, "No, you're not. I'm staying in this ball game." I go, "No, BB said I'm hitting for you." He goes, "I'm not coming out of this game." So I look at Brindley and I go, "What do you want me to do?" He goes, "Unit, you got to come out of here." So I go up there and hit a double, tie up the ball game. When I get back to the bench, I look at Randy. I go, "You do your job. I'll do my job. We'll both work together on this. Please don't show me up like that again." So he was a beauty, man. A lot of people didn't get along with him. He was different, but he was a great teammate to have, especially when he was on the mound.
Hey, unit, I'm hitting for you. That's fantastic. All right, he is David Dellucci. See him all weekend long on the SEC Network. Follow him on Twitter, at David Dellucci on Twitter. Thank you so much for the time, David. Always great talking with you.
Yes, thank y'all for having me. Have a great day.
All right, buddy, you too. Take care. David with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline from out at the Hoover Met in the SEC baseball tournament.
I mean, if this was gymnastics or diving or whatever, that was close to a perfect score interview with Dellucci there. That guy,
he brings it. I like David.
Spot on everything.
Yeah,
that guy's so knowledgeable, and our basic questions, he made it very entertaining. Really good from him right there. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at New Life Art. Rockstar will give us a viewing menu from our friends at New Life Art in the final hour of the show today, as we brought that back yesterday when he clued us in that Bama Rush was happening last night on the new Max, which, by the way, what the hell? Why? I had to... on
HBO Max?
Yeah, people were a little upset it crashed.
It went from HBO Max to Max, right? Okay, so I thought I would just see like a new graphic package or something. No, I go to my HBO Max, click all the time. It's third of my icons at the bottom of my smart TV, and I click on it, and it gives me, sorry, this is not available in your country. I'm like, well, my country?
It's Bama Rush. It's in my state.
I'm in the freaking, the whole app.
The whole app?
Yeah, it's not available. I'm in the freaking United States of America. If it's not available here, you're in trouble, brother. But then I was like, oh, that's right. It switched to Max. Is there a separate, did they not just switch the logo? Is there not just a separate, did I have to go do something? So, yes.
They're doing a lot of stuff with, I'm sure Lunsford knows more, but they're doing a lot of stuff with Discovery now. They're trying to merge the two.
So I had to go download a Max, a new one, baby blue Max instead of the purple HBO Max. So I download the Max and I click on it. All my information is already in there. I didn't even have to enter a password or anything.
Wow.
So I click on it. There's my user icon, and then I get on it. It's got all my shows that I'm watching already saved. Nothing had changed except for the fact that I had to go download this one instead of whatever the other. So they just transferred the information over. So it was fine once I did it, but I was like, oh, I don't even know what my password is. Am I still getting it? I don't know. I was upset for a brief second, but then it was all there.
Then you saw Michaela.
Yeah.
Made everything right.
Now, let's don't make this creepy. It was her story.
No,
her
I
dad,
want to get her on the show.
Her dad died when she was 13 as a police officer.
So did you tell me she's from Leeds?
From Leeds,
I know some
Alabama.
people from Leeds. I'll see if I can find it. But I'm with Rockstar.
Is your people Charles Barkley?
Well, I do know Charles, but that's not who I'd start with.
Well,
hey,
apparently
Charles.
I don't know who Charles is.
Right. Have you looked at that?
How did he not just stop that interview?
I'm kidding.
I mean, that was pissing me off.
Rockstar's getting destroyed on our, is that on Facebook Shorts, YouTube Shorts, wherever it's on Shorts?
On Facebook and TikTok.
Facebook and TikTok, because Charles, who we could not have a better relationship with, and Charles loves Rockstar.
Right.
And Rockstar's goofing off with him, and people don't know the show, and they're watching this interview, and they're like, Charles should have walked off after that disrespect. How does this guy not know? I think somebody said, who's the redhead that doesn't know Charles?
The ginger
was?
needs his ass whooped.
Yeah.
And all I said was I mispronounced his name, and I said, "You're a basketball player, right?" And he was like, "I was." And so that's how it started.
Yeah, I thought you were very rude to him. I don't see how you just didn't walk. And then some of the comments,
stuff like that.
How did Barkley not stop the interview?
How the hell did he not know who he was?
No, that's fantastic. You're getting destroyed. It is funny.
Our friends at New Life Art, they got a big event coming up on Thursday, June the 1st. That's next Thursday, if I'm right. They've got the Spring Open House with Daniel A. Moore. Now, this is a chance for you to go to New Life Art from 5 to 7, hang out with Daniel A. Moore, talk to him about his upcoming pieces that he's working on. They got an exclusive announcement of an upcoming project he's working on. They've got special discounts available during that open house. They'll have some refreshments there will be served, but it's a meet and greet with Daniel A. Moore, available to sign personal artwork. So if you've got some Daniel A. Moore work there from New Life Art, you can bring it with you. He'll do some autographs for you and everything. It is 5 to 7, Thursday, June 1st, right there with New Life Art. They are the publisher of the fine arts produced by Daniel A. Moore, our friends at New Life Art. Get all the details at newlifeart.com. Rockstar's viewing menu later on. When we come back, Boston is alive. How alive? Some computers think really alive. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Before Brownie tells us about Woodhouse day spa and some opportunities there after pampering mom for dad to get in there, or just year-round use of our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa. I will tell you that last night, not a good night for my Tampa Bay Rays. Rarely do you see the team with the best record in baseball get beat by 19. 20,
Well, it doesn't happen a lot, yeah.
20-1 was the final score as Toronto beat Tampa Bay 20-1. But that got into a situation where just when you're playing 162 games, smart coaching when the game's out of hand, your pitching staff may be a little tired, blah, 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 blah. You start throwing position players out there, and it gets out of hand. Luke Raley, who usually plays right field, pitched last night. He currently has an ERA of 30.38. He got knocked around a little bit last night.
So he was the sacrificial lamb, basically. Like they put him out there, game over. We just need you to get us to the end of the game, eat up some innings, take your beating.
He and catcher Christian Bethencourt go out there, and I think they get 9 outs.
Yeah, I mean, you got to kind of – I mean, I think that earns you respect in the clubhouse, right? Like you get embarrassed, but I think your teammates probably respect the fact that you go out there and you take a bullet for the team.
Yeah,
I don't think that stuff gets forgotten.
We lost the battle. We're going to try to win the war down throughout the rest of the season. What really happens, those guys sometimes get out there and they have a lot of fun with it. But I think Bethencourt, one of his pitches was clocked at 48 miles per hour.
That's not great.
And I think Vlad Jr. struck out on a 50-mile-an-hour pitch.
Well, I mean, sometimes that's actually, I mean, they get so used to seeing it hum up there in the 80s to 90s. Yeah. You throw 50, they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, it was like a right lane fastball coming in the left lane.
Right.
It was like, oh, that's not very fast. Braves lose as well, 8-1. More baseball happening today. Tell us about our friends at Woodhouse.
So listen, a great idea. I can tell you this. My wife, I mean, you think about all the graduation gifts. What about the moms that are having to handle that, man? It is super stressful when your kids are graduating. What about a gift idea for the mom of that graduate, right?
Fantastic.
You think that's a good idea?
It's been stressful.
Yeah, birthdays, anniversaries coming up just before a summer trip. You want to get right? Woodhouse Spas, Birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Birmingham.woodhousespas.com. You can book online there. You can buy gift cards. You see everything about them. Make sure to tell them the next round sent you when you go to Birmingham.woodhousespas.com. It's a great gift idea. So easy to do that too.
Last night with Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter sitting courtside, former Yankees, the 2004 Red Sox were the conversation because the Boston Celtics were down 3-0, not to a New York team, but to Miami. But you know, Jeter understands the 2004 Red Sox analogy being thrown out. Boston gets the win 116-99. Jason Tatum played great. The question now, can Boston be the first team in the conference finals to come back down 3-0 and win this thing? Remember, it was the Red Sox that did it to the Yankees in baseball in the American League Championship Series back in 2004. They win last night, so it's 3-1. They're going back to Boston. I'm interested in where the betting odds are. The Celtics obviously will be a huge favorite back home in game number 5. But I wonder what the odds are now to win the series. The computer ranking, it was you that were telling us before you were back on Monday that still had Boston projected to win the series.
That was ESPN, whatever their, it's FPI in football. I don't know what they call it in all their other sports. But whatever index they had was still showing Boston with a 70-some-odd% chance of winning. Your NBA championship updated. Well, no, let me give you the Eastern Conference Series price after last night. The Heat are minus 300. The Celtics are plus 240. So the Heat, I mean, they're up 3-1. All they got to do is stumble into a win to end this thing. It is still heavily stacked against Boston. But that is quite a bit down from where it was. So, for instance, going into game 5?
Yeah, game 4.
Game 4, I'm sorry. Going into game 4 Dunaway, the Heat were minus 1,100. So just that one win dropped it from minus 1,100 all the way down to minus 300.
Yeah.
I mean, the door, looks to be open, I guess.
And I see some minus 270 at places. So maybe creeping down a little bit more, because if you're a favorite in game 5, now it's 3-2. And you're back to Miami for a game 6.
And the Celtics are an 8-point favorite. I mean, they are a large favorite in Game 5, and you just wonder if it gets to a Game 6 with Game 7 looming in Boston. Not that the Celtics have been good there. Just the opposite. In fact, the Celtics have been very bad in the postseason, very pedestrian in the postseason in their home building. But, I mean, at some point the pressure starts to amp up. And I tell you, I don't think it's going to happen. Boston played more inspired last night. They played more like a team who's been questioned about their character and their drive and all of that. They played much better last night. But if this series turns and Boston somehow comes back and wins, you know what everybody is going to point at? That Jimmy Butler taunt of Al Horford.
Yep.
That's what everybody's going to point at. And they're going to say that's where the series turned, was when Jimmy Butler taunted Al Horford. Now, I can't. There's no way you could ever point the finger at that. I'm sure Boston would line up to say, oh, absolutely, that's where it turned for us, because it would make Miami look bad. But I guarantee you that's what people are going to say.
Some of you guys are better memories over in the chat room. Maybe you remember, Brownie, that Red Sox Yankees in 2004, it seems like there was a 2-out stolen base that was a bang-bang play at second base.
Well, you're pushing me now.
And then that, safe, and then the comeback was on at that point. They win that game, and then they don't lose again. They go on and win the series. I wonder if that was a defining moment, that little taunting there that you can go back and point to. I mean, not quite the bloody sock, but
no, not the bloody sock game. But you wouldn't think you would need that, right? I mean, we're talking about the Eastern Conference Finals. You wouldn't think you need something like that to get your attention, but you just never know what wakes the team up. I'm just saying that's going to be the narrative.
Brooks, it was a Dave Roberts stolen base, he says.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it was, but there's always something that causes a series to turn when it turns. They normally don't just turn because that's the natural progression of things. It's something happens. A team gets a buzzer beater. A team gets a bad break. A team, there's a fight. A coach
Draymond gets suspended.
Yeah, Draymond gets suspended, something like that. Yeah. But, I mean, those things happen all the time, and you just never know what it's going to be.
Day off today. No NBA for you tonight, but some hockey fans over there. Jay on the ice. Vegas still hot, baby. 5 more wins, and it's $1,300 for him. Good luck there. Carolina and Florida tonight. Florida trying to finish up that series with a sweep over Carolina. If they get the win tonight, they get the sweep. That's TNT, 7 o'clock. Las Vegas won last night. They're up 3-0 on Dallas, and it was a beatdown and dirty play late that could have the captain of the Stars suspended for a game. So it was the Celtics that ruined the possibility of what they believe to be the first ever 4-game sweep of the NBA and NHL Conference Finals. So right now, the only series that's not still potentially a sweep is Boston after that win last night. We'll get to college football. Nick Saban was in town yesterday. And he was having a golf event through the rain for Nick's kids. That's now come up with $12 million plus locally for kids here since he's been the coach at Alabama, he and Terry Saban. Nick talking about several things fresh off his trip to Italy. We'll get to all that coming up in the next segment. The show being brought to you by our friends at Harbin's Outdoors. We were talking about the state capitol pool the other day, Brownie.
All right.
And how they needed Harbin's to go remodel the whole landscaping and the pool situation down at the governor's mansion.
What if we just sent him down there? Like, he just shows up with his truck and his crews, and he's like, hey, Governor Ivey.
Somebody's already picked up the tab on this one, man.
Governor Ivey's sitting back on the back portico tanning Rockstar, and Jeremy Harbin and the crew at Harbin's yell up, Governor Ivey, we're just here. We're here.
It's Saturday. I don't work on Saturdays.
Well, I know. The next round sent us to redo the pool. They think it kind of looks pedestrian for our
I have a pool?
Yeah, it's right here.
Is she 1-piece or 2-piece?
It's nude Sundays. Nude Sundays.
No, it's the most random Rockstar lines on me. Like, I'll think about them days later and laugh. And I don't know what it was about him saying that I'm going to swim to Daphne. Say it again.
I'm going to swim to Daphne today. Getting tired of Coleman.
I don't know why that owned me, but like days later I thought of him saying, I'm going to swim to Daphne.
My feet still touch in Tuscaloosa.
Our friends at Harbin's Outdoors, though, can help you.
Yeah, Jeremy Harbin and Harbin's Outdoors, they're really, really, really good people. Big fans of the show, too. Listen, go visit them on Facebook, Harbin Outdoors on Facebook. You see, if you're watching right now, some of the great work Scotty's showing you that they can absolutely do for you, whether it's around the pool, whether it be the governor's mansion or just your pool. They design, they build, they maintain all the landscaping. It is just gorgeous, the work that they do. You can see it for yourself with Harbin's. Give them a call. You can reach them at 205-300-0781. That's 205-300-0718. 205-300-0718 with Harbin's Outdoors. We're sending them to the governor's mansion. Go see Kay. Harbin's Outdoors.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, Rockstar behind the big glass with Tyler, the intern, Forrester, and Lunsford back there. Taylor Corn handling everything social media at Next Round Live. Remember, wherever you go at Next Round Live on Instagram, Twitter, all of that, make sure you subscribe to those accounts as well. That helps us. And as we approach our second anniversary, not everything we put out is going on every platform now. So if you think I'm getting everything, if I'm just with Twitter and YouTube, well, you may be missing some great stuff on TikTok and Instagram or Snapchat or wherever else we are. So make sure you are liking, subscribing everywhere. And if you're watching on YouTube, give us that thumbs up as well. That helps us tremendously. He's Ryan Brown. Jim Dunaway, LT, is in Vegas. for a couple of days. Later tonight, with our friends at Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We're out at Top Golf, 5 to 6. We gave away a great package yesterday for the Legion as they take on Charlotte FC in the U.S. Open Cup tonight. We're sort of hosting a pregame kickoff, if you will, at Top Golf tonight, 5 to 6. And we got some Bud Light specials and stuff going on out there.
We do. If you swing by Top Golf, the Bud Light area where we will be, we're going to do a show 5 to 6, and we'll be hanging around there a little bit after. Complimentary food and beverages from the good people at Bud Light. Complimentary food and beverages. Wow. They got a swing to win game in one of the bays there. We can win prizes in a cool yardage game that they've got going. They described it to me. I'm not going to complicate it by telling you how it works, but it is a fun game. You can go play it and win sunglasses, Bud Light Peter Millar polo, $100 Top Golf gift card, and much more with the friends at Bud Light. Complimentary food and drink there before you head over to the game at Top Golf today.
So come hang out with us tonight. That should be a lot of fun. Is there a chance that you and I can sort of set a point on the game too?
Sure.
Get out there and we put a score down, see if anybody can beat us?
Absolutely. Why not? Let's play a game and then beat Dunaway or Brown and you win a prize or something like that.
We'll put our number down on whatever
Sure.
the score is, see if you can beat us there. All right, so Bud Light game night tonight as we go 5 to 6, getting ready for the Legion. And thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola with the Coke experience that we're sending. Do you remember the name off the top of your head, Lunsford? I was from yesterday, the winner of the Coca-Cola package.
Henry Knight.
Henry Knight, who was the winner yesterday. Brandon gave away 4 tickets, 4 jerseys.
Wow.
And 4 Coca-Cola sideline experience to Henry yesterday on the show.
Holy crap. What a win for Henry.
So he gets to go watch Birmingham take on the MLS Charlotte FC tonight and hopefully advance from the Sweet 16 to the Elite 8 in the U.S. Open Cup. All right, let's get to some college football. One big note to get out there today. Brown, are you a fan of Joe Philbin?
Look, I mean, Joe Philbin's a nice guy, and I hate what happened to his son, obviously. And I hate even more that, that happened when he got his first head coaching job with the Dolphins. I mean, just what should be the most exciting time in your life was overshadowed by the most tragic time in your life. And I've always hated that for him. It did not work out for him at Miami. I don't think anybody disliked Joe Philbin at all. It just didn't work out. There are a lot of nice guys that have failed as head coaches. I don't dislike Joe Philbin. He becomes a very interesting piece in the offensive analyst room for the Ohio State Buckeyes. They signed him officially yesterday. He'll be an off-the-field analyst. And as we've learned over the years, watching what Alabama and now Georgia is doing, that these off-the-field analysts can play a huge role in game planning. We saw that last year with Texas's defense when Alabama went to Austin. I mean, the guy who used to be the head coach at TCU got more credit than Sark did for Alabama playing that. I mean, for Texas playing that game close, right? Oh yeah.
So Philbin becomes a big part of that analyst room for Ohio State. Here's a former Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator with Green Bay in 2010, and by the way, the offensive coordinator that he'll be supporting, Brian Hartline, who played for him in Miami back in the day. They were together during the NFL time. So a little nuance there that Hartline has now got Philbin, who will be helping him again as the OC at Ohio State.
He's very well respected. He was the hottest offensive name in the game when the Dolphins hired him as head coach because he was coming from Aaron Rodgers. As you said, they'd had a lot of success together there in Green Bay. In fact, I mean, maybe Rodgers, I'd have to go look at his numbers. I don't know that he's had success with anyone as much as he's had with Joe Philbin since then. But what amazes me most when I saw this story, first of all, it's a good pickup by Ohio State. This is a well-respected guy, especially on the offensive line front. The guy's known for his offensive line coaching. He's just most recently been with the Cowboys.
And Ryan Day is the play caller, right?
Yeah.
But at times it has looked a little stale on a couple of the games last year and the year before that during the regular season. It looked a little stale at times.
The thing I always wondered about when Miami hired him, because it was called, obviously, a great hire by Miami, and it didn't work out. But when you're an offensive coordinator that's working for a play-calling coach like Mike McCarthy, I always wonder,
right,
the guy's not calling plays. Okay, he's a good offensive coordinator. A lot of people say this about Eric Bieniemy, though Bieniemy apparently calls more plays than people think. But a lot of people say Andy Reid's calling those plays. It's not Bieniemy. So you always wonder how that works out for that guy. What amazed me, though, is this is a guy that when he left Iowa and came to Green Bay. He'd been in the NFL since 2003. Normally, those guys have no trouble finding NFL jobs. Once you're in for life, unless you just do something absolutely stupid. The fact that he's taking a analyst job surprised me a little bit. And maybe this is just him like, hey, I've lived the NFL life. I want to dial it back. We're going to retire in Columbus. Going to keep my hand in it enough. I don't have to go out and recruit and all that. I don't know. But I just found that part interesting.
And one of his former players, he may be, have a special place in his heart for Brian Hartline to go help him.
Maybe so.
This could lead to, Brian Hartline being a head coach one day, Ryan Day and Hartline working on calling plays for an Ohio State team. That's not at a crossroads. I mean, they were in the playoffs, but they've lost 2 to Jim Harbaugh. And I think that Ryan Day, Jim Harbaugh rivalry, if you will be interesting to watch this year to see if Ryan Day can get back on top in that. Our friends at MyBookie, before we hear from Nick Saban, mybookie.ag. No basketball tonight, but you got a ton of day baseball if you want to go play. Starting at 11:35 Central Time with the underrated Rangers and Pirates. A good little standings game there. Day baseball at 11:35.
Yeah, all that Major League Baseball is there. We'll talk with Buster about it tomorrow. He joins us every week, courtesy of mybookie.ag, every Thursday at noon. You can play all the baseball games, the NBA playoffs as they continue. Look ahead to the finals. You can already get some odds on teams to win the NBA championship. There are 3 teams left. Go ahead and play those if you would like at mybookie.ag. Do not forget code NEXTROUND when you sign up at mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND, and that makes you eligible for that sign-up bonus up to $1,000. So you can play that instantly. It is yours once you win and yours forever at mybookie.ag. That is code NEXTROUND when you go to mybookie.ag. Whether you're a casual or you've been doing this forever, it doesn't really matter. You can get started right now at mybookie.ag and increase your enjoyment of the games. Maybe make a little bit while you're doing it. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Our friends at ABC 3340 in our relationship, we loan them Brown every Sunday night, and they occasionally go shoot stuff. We get the better end of that deal.
Well,
no, I'm kidding.
We got Scott Forrester from 3340, and they got me. So somehow we're still on speaking terms after that trade.
Yeah.
That's a bad trade for them.
We got Forrester and video. Did we not have to send cash with Brown to make that even?
Yeah, they get me. Only on Sunday nights.
Yeah, but their ratings are up with the women's prison over in West Alabama. Aliceville. All right, here's Nick Saban yesterday, courtesy of our friends at ABC 3340, Jeff Spiegel, Chris McCulley, and the guys there. Nick Saban talking about the addition in the quarterback room, right? So you have a new quarterback that's rolled in that gives you 5 scholarship quarterbacks, including Tyler Buckner from Notre Dame, who's now in the quarterback room. Post-spring, here's Nick Saban talking about those quarterbacks.
What are the challenges of having 5 quarterbacks on the roster when things are wide open heading into the fall?
I think we'll have to get well organized in terms of how we distribute reps. But it's good to have competition on your team, and hopefully the competition will make everybody better.
When you have a competition like that, how important are the summer months for those guys when they're working with receivers and stuff?
Well, I think everything's important. We've done Zooms with our team, this month. Even while the coaches are on the road, some of the other folks in the organization have try to do Zooms with the guys so that we can review what we did in the spring, but the new guys can actually, start to try to make some progress too. And always trying to figure out how can we teach better? How can guys learn better? And every individual may learn differently, but those are all things that are important in the spring, now, and this summer will be especially important to all the new guys and the young players on our team.
Yeah, I mean it's very important because he always says the team dictates who wins the quarterback competition.
Winning the locker room, he makes a big deal about that. Yeah.
And I think that happens in the summertime when you're doing these workouts for a new quarterback. I mean, do you not think down at Auburn that Peyton Thorne and a whole new portal receivers will spend a lot of time developing chemistry with those new guys there throwing balls? And same thing for Tyler Buckner. If he's going to win this job or compete with the guys who are already there, these guys are going to be working their ass off, throwing footballs to each other all summer long.
Yeah, but if I hear my coach say that, and I'm any one of those quarterbacks, I'm the first one, and I know this already. This is nothing new to them. This is Nick Saban saying it again for about the 1,000th time. So you know the coach's philosophy on this. But if I know my coach's philosophy on this, and I'm any one of those 5 guys, I'm blowing up Ja'Cory Brooks. And like, when can we go work out together, man? Let's go. You tell me when you can be there, I'll be there. You got 5 guys potentially trying to do that. Like, if it's Ja'Cory Brooks, and you're like, guys, I got to sleep at some point, right? I can't be out there with you the whole time. You know, let's organize this. Let's get everybody out there together. You just wonder what it looks like when you, I mean, I think realistically this is a 3-quarterback race, don't you? I don't think it's a 5-quarterback race. I think it's a 3-quarterback race.
The newest guys, the newest freshman scholarship guys, I do not think are factoring in, but it's a Simpson, Milroe, Buckner race.
But if I'm one of those guys, I'm also not just going to sit on the sideline because I know my coaches are watching, right? And they're like, I want to see how he operates when he knows he's probably not going to be the starter too. So I'm, you know, if I'm any one of those guys, I'm blowing up Malik Vincent's phone. I'm blowing up Ja'Cory Brooks' phone. And I'm like, when I'm blowing up Isaiah Bond's phone, when can we get together and throw? You tell me, I'll be there. You potentially have got 5 guys doing that right now. And if you don't, that one guy who's not doing it has spoken volumes by not doing it. That's why, Jim, I agree with you. Those other 2 guys don't have a shot at winning the job probably. But they got to do it because everybody else is doing it now.
Yeah, and you know, if they're going to have a place on the roster down the road and not be portal guys, it's very important for them to start staking their claim of how they fit in the pecking order.
Right.
Absolutely. A couple of more from Nick Saban here in this segment. That includes what's the next big thing on the calendar for Nick Saban, which is next week as the SEC meetings down in Destin. You know, he's... You know, it's the SEC meetings, and then, you know, those workouts are going on and the Zooms and everything. But then it's the SEC media days, and then we're into the season, and it's nonstop. So what's next? It's the SEC meetings in Destin. He's asked the question about what's on his mind heading down when all the coaches get together again.
With the spring meetings coming up, is there anything on your mind you might want to bring up down in Destin in a couple weeks?
Well, you know, there's some rule changes trying to speed up the game. I don't think anything really significant. You know, I think everybody's concerned about the state of college football, you know, right now in terms of transfer portal, name, image, and likeness. You know, how do we put some parameters on some of the things that are happening and some of the things that, you know, can create a competitive advantage or disadvantage for certain schools. It's not the same for everybody, which is one thing that, you know, we've always tried to make college football that. You know, we're still trying to emphasize the fact that, you know, you go to college to create value for your future and developing as a person, as a student, developing a career off the field, developing a career on the field, still are the things that are most valuable to the future, and that's the things that we try to emphasize in our program. So people want to still become part of it, and I think it's great that players can make money in name, image, and likeness. I just think we got to be careful about getting to pay for play and how that can impact the game.
So still NIL and the portal, some of the things that's on his mind heading to SEC meetings. Did not talk about scheduling.
Yeah, well, but he's on the record. I mean, you know where he stands on it, right? He's wanted 9 games before Texas and Oklahoma. But you're right, and any time we've brought that up to him, he's like, look, hey, I'm on the record, but that decision's made above me. So I think we've probably heard him answer enough that people are done asking him about it now, right? Maybe that's the case. But what he just talked about is the tricky line Nick Saban has had to walk in this whole deal, because Nick Saban, rightfully so, and he's been very successful doing this, has always preached, you know, come to Alabama, and you're going to get tremendous opportunities. You're going to play more national TV games than anybody. You know, you're going to get the brand is massive. You're going to get highlighted more than anybody. You're going to go to the NFL.
Value for yourself.
Greater rate, you create great value for yourself, but you got to come in there and earn it, right? Nobody's going to hand it to you when you get to Alabama, but you can earn it there to a greater degree than you can anywhere. That's what he's always preached. And now he's got to embrace the whole, okay, come here and make some money too. Because if he doesn't embrace it, he's going to get slaughtered in recruiting.
Right.
So he knows he's got to embrace it, whether deep down inside he really likes it or not. But he's also got to be the old, I still want you to earn it. And that has been maybe a tricky line for him to walk, right? Trying to marry those two of, you know, come here and get more publicity than you're going to get anywhere, or as much as you're going to get anywhere, but earn it when you get here. And now you got to factor in too you can make good money here at Alabama, but I want you to earn it. I don't want you to just be handed money to come play football at Alabama. in an NIL deal. I want you to earn that money. I know I'm not even going to look to my right at the chat room. I know Auburn fans will say, please, Brown, they've been giving him money for, I get it. I know what you're going to say over in the chat room.
Yeah.
You can save the keystrokes. I know what you're about to say. But, I mean, at least publicly, the public-facing part of Nick Saban now has to try to marry those two in his public statements.
Before we played this last soundbite from our friends at ABC 3340 at the Nick's Kids event yesterday, can you just punch up that still shot there? Nick is fresh off of a 50th anniversary trip to Italy with Terry Saban. And I said again, Terry and Nick and Saban's kids have raised over $12 million for local kids since they got to Tuscaloosa. There was a time going into last season that Nick Saban looked tired and worn down, looked a little older. Nick Saban, and I saw the pictures with the Alabama fans and people who recognized him that were popping up on social media over there.
Yeah, he talked about where all he got roll tides.
Yeah, but that soundbite coming up in a second. These type pictures here. Nick Saban looked young and refreshed over there, younger and refreshed than he did this time last year. And this video from yesterday, a little break from the grind does the body good, it looks like.
You think so? You think Nick is refreshed, Nick, after a trip to Italy?
Yeah.
Attractive. I'm attractive.
Yeah, but, I mean, looking good and young, and I'm not saying European blood transfusion or anything, or anything the Hollywood type back in the 50s and 60s. But he has gone over there, and I don't know if anywhere in Rome they found a fountain of youth, but he looks younger and spry.
Well, I just don't know how many pounds I'd come back heavier if I spent time in Italy and ate that legit. I mean, I know Olive Garden Rockstar is essentially like going to Italy.
It is Italy. I mean,
I know you tell me that all the time. They come to all the chefs go over there and train.
Yeah.
I get all that.
But is there a chance that Nick Saban got over there, ate oatmeal, cream pies, and coffee in the morning, had a grilled chicken salad for lunch at the same time?
Oh, probably.
And then ventured out and had Italian for dinner.
But
his breakfast and his lunch were probably still exactly the same thing.
I don't even know what is on the menu for Italian breakfast. I wouldn't waste my time with Italian breakfast. I would have the biggest lunch you could imagine and then walk my tail off to be hungry for dinner again.
Well, I would love if he would just do it, if he'd lighten up a little bit and just like Terry took a picture of him just standing like this in front of the Roman Coliseum. Just like,
yeah.
Or like he's holding up the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Or doing this from the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Yeah. Tourist stuff.
Yeah, that would have been fantastic.
Yeah. You don't think he's got that picture if they'd gone to France with his finger on top of the Eiffel Tower?
I have a funny idea. Watch. Just take the picture. Don't laugh because you'll shake. It'll blur.
Am I there yet? No, move forward. Move forward now.
Here's Nick Saban on his trip to Italy and being recognized and posing for pictures with so many people.
Did you feel like a celebrity in Italy? As many pictures as you posed for?
You know, it's something to say about the brand, that we have, an iconic brand, Crimson Tide. You get roll tided in Venice, Florence, Rome, and the Amalfi Coast. So it's everywhere I went. So it says something about the brand. I don't know what it says about me. I got a few jilts from other SEC fans. They didn't post that part.
Oh, War Eagle, Coach.
Yeah, I may have. War Eagle. Go Tigers, Coach.
Yeah.
A couple of barks, some go Dogs.
I mean, you would think, by and large, he could probably go relatively unnoticed in Italy. I mean, I don't think they watch a ton of college football over there. I realize it's Americans that are living there or vacationing there at the same time.
Yeah. Someone, one of our security team at church on Sunday, as I was walking in, he says, I was listening to Feinbaum this week.
Paul!
Some crazy guy called in and said he was, was worried that Nick was away from Tuscaloosa when, portal stuff is going on and preparing for too much time away from the program now. And then one guy was worried about, security of Nick Saban traveling worldwide.
Guys to the Swiss Guard, pick him up at the border like they do the Pope.
Now
that was the photo, Saban riding through Italy in the Pope Mobile, Rockstar. That's the photo.
And the Pope wanted to shake. I want to meet him.
Okay, that's the challenge.
Yep.
That's the challenge in Photoshop world. Somebody send us Nick Saban over the Pope riding in the Pope mobile through the streets of Italy.
Or either that or the Pope kissing Nick Saban's ring, a national championship ring. One of those two. And
That
we're
may
good.
be getting a little sacrilegious.
Oh, are we going sacrilegious there? Okay. That across the line?
riding in
Okay.
a bubbled Pope mobile
Okay.
is not too far. But
My bad. I didn't mean to take it as Southern Baptist me. I didn't know I'd crossed the Catholic line there.
But I did tell the security guy, I said, there is a good chance that Terry and Nick, their trip to Italy would be different than Maggie and Jim's.
Oh, you think?
I don't
Yeah.
think we'd be rolling around in the same circles.
Yeah.
And it would not surprise me if he had a tourist guide that was packing heat with him.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just saying. They roll differently than the Dunaways do.
You don't
on
need
a
Secret
trip to
Service
Italy.
when you go?
Yeah, funny. Okay, Photoshop, get to work.
Oh, yeah.
Saban in the Pope Mobile. That's
Yeah,
a good one.
it'd be terrific.
That one's going to be Instagram worthy, Taylor, when we get that one.
There are a lot of Nick Saban photos of him waving at fans. That's the one you're going to want right there.
That's right.
And put him in the Pope Mobile.
Put him in the Pope Mobile. Who can get that the fastest to us? I feel like Lunsford's working on it already. Maybe Taylor's working on it. When we come back, we will get to more of the college football news that is out there, including a quarterback, a QB1 who was named yesterday in a Power 5 team. A weird time to name your starting quarterback.
That is odd, yeah.
But it happened yesterday. The show being brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
They want you to get lost, Jimmy Dunaway. Johnston RV Center does. Just get lost, man. Get lost to the great outdoors. That's where they want you to get lost with a newer used RV from Johnston RV Center. They've got 2023 travel trailers from just $179 a month. They got fifth wheels from just $439 a month. All of that with 10% down and approved credit. See Johnston RV Center for complete details. And listen, Memorial Day is this month coming up Monday. It's where we stop and honor those that have paid the ultimate price for our country. We should never forget that. And Johnston RV Center wants to honor those that are serving in the military or retired military. So all active and military and retired military personnel, you get a great discount there at Johnston RV Center. Just a small way for them to say thank you for your service. You can see more, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the next round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle Loans do not require collateral and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Back with you on the next round. Listen, Brown's going to tell us about Dr. B in a bit, but I mean, we're all family up here.
Family.
So it's not weird that Forrester and I just were in the bathroom and we were talking about Lunsford, right?
Nope.
That's not weird, right?
And we both didn't have to go to the bathroom.
I mean, were you all sharing a stall?
No, I mean, he was in the stall. I was at the urinal. But, I mean, the conversation was going on while the process was happening. And we were talking about Lunsford during the process.
Uncomfortable.
It is uncomfortable. I don't think Forrester's mic's working, so we won't get into this. But we were discussing not who would win a sword fight, Rusty. We were discussing.
Oh, it's known. Forrester is brutal.
Wow, right. I felt like I was too far.
This from our friend Christina Chambers from the celebration the other night. That, my friend, is the Thompson High School state championship ring from their ceremony the other day.
It's got a lid.
And it opens up with 4 stones on the inside talking about dynasty. And when the fog clears, the Warriors are still champions.
What does that mean?
When the fog clears, the Warriors are still champions.
You just repeated it. You didn't tell me what it
I
meant.
get it now. Okay.
It
doubled from the original.
Means when it's all over with, the Warriors are still on top of the mountain.
There's got to be a deeper meaning to that.
Well, let's go to part of the broadcast team, Lunsford.
I thought maybe he would answer it.
But the sword fight discussion was did
On guard.
Sheathe
that sword.
Did Lunsford get a ring or not? And he did. He did not. He did. He did not. Did you get a ring?
I have not gotten one yet, but I believe I'm getting one. Yes.
Wow.
Okay,
Do you know why?
I got one last year.
What does it mean when it says the fog clears, the Warriors are still champions?
That's a good question. I don't really know.
I thought you knew something about this team. I'm sorry.
I would assume it means that. Because they had a rough start last year. That
it got foggy.
That's right.
That the outlook was looking pretty foggy. But then at the end of the day, they were still champions.
I'm gonna bet. I know nothing about this. Jim went there. Lunsford does and I'm gonna end up being right on this, right, Star. I'm gonna bet when it was a bad start, Mark Freeman, who's their head coach, right? Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Mark Freeman called the team together and was like, guys, we're in a fog right now, but when the fog clears, the Warriors are still going to be champions.
You're probably right.
Yep.
You're probably right.
Yep. Y'all wait and see.
I bet if while you're telling us about Dr. B, I'm going to Google search when the fog clears.
Well, it is a quote. It's quoted. It doesn't just say
That's
that.
what
There's
I'm
a
saying.
quote.
It's going to be a famous quote from somebody.
Yeah. Who you betting on?
Well, Smokey Robinson.
It's
going to be from Cheech and Chong. Tell us about Dr. B.
Listen, Lance, quite a while ago, started to get, look, with age, a lot of things happen to us, right? And for Lance, the hair was getting a little bit thin. He noticed it when we got on camera here. So he reached out and got hooked up with our friend, Dr. Beckenstein. And I am glad Lance did, and Lance is certainly glad he did, because Dr. B and his team have helped Lance grow his hair back. They went and performed genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. That was step 1. They got the results back, and then step 2 was Dr. B and Lance had a virtual meeting to go over the options. They chose a non-invasive hair laser treatment, and it is helping increase the thickness and health of Lance's hair. And the results have been tremendous. What did we determine, Dunaway? Up, 116%?
114%.
114%.
Let's don't go crazy.
104. I added 2%. 114%. is what it is up, and that's thanks to Dr. B and his staff. They are just tremendous. For more than 20 years, men and women, it's not just for men and women have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures and helping to grow their hair back. Call Dr. B today for a risk-free trial, or not trial, but a risk-free evaluation there. That's the word I'm looking for. A risk-free evaluation with Dr. B. 205-319-0316. 205-319-0316. T3hair.net. That is T3hair.net.
I cannot find the exact quote, so Mark Freeman may be on a poster, a motivational poster someday soon.
Somebody has sent us a Photoshop.
We have it already?
Yeah, I mean, it is.
Brooks, way to go.
It was done quickly, but it is still pretty good. I'm going to say it is pretty good.
Yeah, well, we should have put him over the Pope.
Huh? I mean, so Dunaway's going to tear it apart.
Well, I mean, Brooks and I are old friends.
Yeah, I think if Brooks will take the Nick Saban there and just move it a little bit to the right, it will completely cover the Pope.
Yeah.
Which, how many times has that been said? If you'll just move Nick Saban a little bit, it'll cover up the Pope for you.
Yep.
So
close.
Yeah,
It's
move
so
him to
close.
the right. Move Saban to the right, and we're there. There's Scott is showing it. Scott's showing it. I think if we move it to the right, we're good.
A little bit to the right, a little bit to the right. And if you can also make the bar, still come across his chest like that when you get there, that'll be fantastic.
Yeah, Jim would like, could you take him back to Italy and have him actually pose to the Pope Mobile?
My goal, Brooks, is for this to be like the TNT show with Barkley and them.
All right.
They're so good with Photoshop.
I know.
I'm asking for greatness.
Okay.
Right? That's good.
Yeah, it's good.
That's good.
We can work on it, right?
But I mean, on the video platform, we want greatness.
Yeah, I mean, if the Gatorade cup is resting on top of the Toyota truck there, that is probably where you want to have him.
It's going to be ideal. That's exactly right. So, but hey, great effort right so far. You got the right picture, even though it was a pandemic year with that mask hanging around his neck.
I knew that was going to bother you too. The fact that we went pandemic era.
Hey, but it's the last national championship era. So, all right. Baylor named their starting quarterback yesterday. It's interesting because if you're a Mississippi State person, you know the name Sawyer Robertson, who left Mississippi State and is trying to win the job at Baylor. Blake Shapen's going to hold the job, though. He is going to be Baylor's quarterback going into the season, though Sawyer Robertson turned some heads and made it interesting down the stretch. But Shapen, 18 touchdowns, 10 interceptions last year on a 6-7 year, 4-5 inside the Big 12. His role as the starting quarterback, you can understand why it was precarious and it was a battle with Sawyer Robertson coming in. Weird time for Dave Aranda to announce the Baylor starting quarterback, but Shapen is the guy. And I don't know how comfortable they are with Shapen being the guy all season.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see. They do at least have options, right? But I think it's a big year for Jeff Grimes. They won the Big 12 championship. Jeff Grimes, for those that don't know, is the offensive coordinator, a guy that was at least connected to the Auburn job discussion when Hugh Freeze got the job last year. But, Jim, the numbers are the numbers. They were 8th in the conference in passing last year. Only West Virginia, who had a tough year last year, and Kansas State, who is much more of a run-heavy offense, were behind them in passing offense. And that's a team under Dave Aranda that's going to be built on playing really good defense, but you're going to throw the ball a little bit better than that to win the Big 12. In fact, let me just look. Where do you think they were? So I told you that they were 8th last year, 231 a game. The year before they won the Big 12, they were 8th. So, yeah, 8th. They were 8th in both years. In fact, last year, the year they won the Big 12, they were actually 202 a game passing. Last year, they were 231. They actually threw it better.
Yeah, 18-10 though is not a great.
It is not.
Not a breakdown of
touchdown
interception ratio.
Yeah, so that was the big difference because the year they won the championship, 24-7 was the touchdown interception. Not a ton of touchdowns this day and age in college football, but still, that's a good ratio.
Listen, Texas is my pick to win the Big 12.
Right.
Maybe in the playoffs, but Texas is my pick to win it. Oklahoma is going to be better. But that league, I don't think Baylor is going to be fantastic.
Yep.
Oklahoma State is usually with Baylor in the mix to be fantastic. I don't think they're going to be fantastic. Usually in the mix there, LT loves them some Kansas State, well-coached team.
Won it this past season.
Won it this past year. I would put them maybe third in the conversation behind Texas and Oklahoma, but in the mix, that's a tough team. TCU is going to take a big step back, in my opinion. I don't know if you feel the same way.
I do feel the same way. I mean, they can't help but take a step back.
Texas Tech is improving. It'll be a good year by Texas Tech standards, but I don't think it's going to be anything to scare Texas
if you
or
go back
Oklahoma.
To the Luganville interview with us last week, he was talking about they're just they're so unknown at quarterback.
Everybody raved about Kansas last year, but they were 6-6. If they may be 6-6 again or worse, I don't expect them to be a lot better. Here come all the new teams. I think there's a chance for Gus and UCF of the new teams to make some noise with John Rice Plumlee back at quarterback and how Gus calls offensive plays. I'm not saying it's a give me year for Texas and Oklahoma to be back on top, but I think it's a good year for the two best rosters in the league to flex that muscle and be back at the top of the league. I don't think Baylor's going to pull a TCU. I don't think Oklahoma State's going to be where they're usually at near the top. And if anybody is going to shock anybody of the new guys coming in, to me it's UCF. I don't think it's Cincinnati. I don't think it's Houston, and I don't think it's BYU.
Well, Gus opens at Kansas State. He opens his Big 12 play at Kansas State. It's week 4 for Central Florida. But they open at Kansas State.
Not an easy game for him.
That's a very difficult game. In fact, because I'm with Lance, excuse me, I would probably pick Texas to win this league. Especially, I don't guess I had paid close enough attention. That's on me. But, when we started talking about them the other day and they had 4 losses by 18 total points, they were really close last year. Really, really close. And some of that was the Quinn Ewers injury and all those things. So, that was a team that was closer last year than we probably give Sark credit, or at least I give Sark credit for. I've said I think Sark's an average coach, and I'm never really going to buy into him. He was very close to having a 10-2 team last year and potentially even playing for the conference championship last year. So, they got a lot of that skill coming back. I think it'll probably be Texas, but I do think Kansas State is a contender in the conference. And if you're Gus, it's the first place you go. Notoriously a difficult place to play is Bill Snyder Family Stadium there in Manhattan, and that's going to be your first Big 12 game. They should be 3-0. That's the upshot. They should be 3-0 going there. But you're behind the 8 ball pretty quickly in the Big 12 if you lose that one.
Interesting time to name a starting quarterback for Dave Aranda yesterday in Baylor. One more note here in college football, right after Brownie tells us about our friends at Odie's. This is becoming an interesting recruiting battle, not for a specific player, but between two schools that have a long history of battling for recruits.
Rockstar is Wednesday.
Let me see something here.
Okay.
Bless you.
Trivia. Bless you, Rockstar. If you'll notice, Rockstar, sitting to my left is normally who?
Well, it's Lance.
All right, and who's there right now?
Lance with great boobs.
Mike
Lance is mannequin.
Titty Mike.
That means Lance is not going to be at trivia tonight, but I will be there, myself, Rockstar Will Haver.
Every Wednesday now, I think you should just tell me who's with you at trivia.
I've been there a lot lately.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, I was in for you last week, Rockstar.
But I only told you that about a month and a half before.
I don't really care. Yeah. I'm not the one making a big deal about it.
Really, it should be.
I need to get my priorities straight, I was told.
I think that was a joke. Boy, you took that hard, but I think it was a joke.
I would say every week the Odie's crew is Brown and Rockstar, and occasionally LT fills in.
Oh, I did a whole month and a half for Rockstar. I mean, he was on tour. I get it, but I'm just saying. So anyway, we're at Odie's Trivia tonight. 8 o'clock is when we start. Will Haver will be there. Rockstar will be there. I'll be there. Get there early. Enjoy those big cup cocktails. The great menu they have there at Odie's. I love that Diablo sandwich. The cheeseburger that Rodney's done for years is great as well. Crestline Village in Mountain Brook. It is a Birmingham institution. It is Odie's tonight, 8 o'clock, Odie's Trivia.
All right. The other college football note I wanted to tell you about, 4-star wide receiver Chance Robinson has been committed to Miami since April.
Okay.
But it's summer, Brown, and nobody's signed anything yet.
Nope.
So when you're a Miami commitment from St. Thomas Aquinas down in
it's one of the great programs down
Fort
there.
Lauderdale.
Yeah.
I mean, it's near Miami.
Yeah, they put out tons of players.
Other people want you, man. And on social media yesterday, he has a little alligator out of the water photo, and he says visiting Florida on June the 9th. So he's a Miami commitment, one of their best commitments that they have, 4-star wide receiver from right there. I mean, that's a pipeline, St. Thomas Aquinas from Fort Lauderdale to the Canes back in the day. But there's Billy Napier trying to get him to commit there. He'll be visiting on campus officially on June 9th through the 11th and reading some stuff overnight on The Athletic on the recruiting side. And 24/7, the great folks there on On3 Sports. 3 different stories sort of reference how Billy Napier and Mario Cristobal are becoming bitter rivals in recruiting for in-state, especially South Florida kids.
You know, which is interesting because, I mean, normally I equate program in best shape with program making the biggest recruiting impact. And in that state, Florida State is the program that right now is in the best shape. I mean, they're coming off a good season under Mike Norvell. They are predicted to be, I think, preseason, they'll easily be a top 10 team, probably a top 5 team preseason. And Florida and Miami are a long way away from that. So it's interesting that those two are the ones butting heads. Where's Mike Norvell in all of this?
I'll pull up a 24/7, but apparently they're not. Norvell is not causing the rifts that Napier and Cristobal are with each other.
Well, I would just say,
should it offend me if I'm Mario Cristobal that my guy who's already officially committed to me is making an official visit to Florida?
I think it's just part of the world now.
That stuff happens, right?
Yeah, it just happens all the time. Now, let me point out, Florida State currently at 24/7 is ranked 8th in recruiting. Florida is ranked 11th, and Miami is 25th.
Yeah.
So technically, I mean, at least according to the rankings, the one that is doing the best is Mike Norvell. I was going to look back where they finished last year, though. Miami finished 7th. Florida finished 14th, and Florida State finished 19th last year at 24/7 Sports.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I've never viewed, I don't just think of Mike Norvell as this recruiting machine at Florida State the way Coach Bowden used to have it, and even Jimbo.
Brooks has got the follow-up for us. We'll do that when we come back on the other side. Well done, man. See, just a little. That's coaching, Brooks. I'm glad you
coached him up.
I'm glad you take coaching really well. Our friends at New York Butcher Shop, Brown can coach you up on how to do a great steak, but not just the red meat, Brown. You always tell me about what? The pork chop?
Well, the pork chop. It's also red meat, but yes, the pork chop.
It's white meat.
Well, it's I think considered in the same group as
I don't think so. Poll question is pork more chicken or steak? No, pork's the other white meat.
It's the other white meat.
It's the other white meat, but I think that was their sales pitch,
Yeah,
right?
that was.
Right, because it's white meat.
But so they've got the Duroc pork chops there, Jim, which are phenomenal. And I always say,
you hate when you're wrong.
I always say that boy, that Photoshop is good. I'm just now seeing it. I always
after the break.
I always say that a well prepared pork chop is every bit as good as a steak to me.
The USDA clarifies it as red meat?
I think they do, yes. It's got blood in it, Lunsford, that's why.
In fact, the USDA still classifies pork as red meat, and many nutritionists reject the labeling of pork as white meat.
Mm. Is chicken white meat?
I reject it.
Well, it depends on which chicken you're eating. Are you eating a thigh?
Well, I don't want to get white meat, dark meat.
He's a breast guy. I'm a white meat guy, too. I hate dark meat. Too juicy.
I'm a breast guy.
Too juicy.
It is.
All right.
It's juicy.
So I was wrong. Pork, the other red meat. Also in your butcher shop. Oh, and I got great deals. Hold on. Wait,
Jim.
There's more. Wait, there's more. Memorial Day ribs coming up on this weekend. Friday and Saturday, May 26th and 27th. Baby back ribs, the St. Louis Spares. I love the St. Louis Spare ribs. You get those right now. They'll smoke them for you right there as well. Slab of baby backs, a slab of spare ribs. They'll smoke them for you coming up this weekend. Greystone and Cahaba Heights location. And here's excuse my, I printed this because I had to remind myself that I wanted to go do this. I'm going to let the guys at New York Butcher smoke my butt. I'm going to let them smoke my butt.
Sister. Somebody needs to.
Yeah, Hickory Smoked Boston Butt. For only $39.99, they're going to Hickory Smoke it for you. Got to call for that reservation, though. Available for pickup. For the Greystone location, 205-703-8825. 703-8825. Or the Cahaba Heights location, 205-970-7300. Why do I like spare ribs? What are
I
spare
don't know,
ribs?
Jim.
Are spare ribs, is that the beef ones, or is that pork as well?
Is that white meat?
We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
SEC baseball, LSU leading 2-1 of the first game. Alabama and Auburn both winning yesterday. They're back at it tonight. 4:30 for Alabama and number 2 Florida. And then after that game, number 13 Auburn and number 8 Vandy. So Alabama's number 24. They beat UK yesterday 4-0 to eliminate them. So it's Alabama and Florida battle of 2 top 25 teams, 4:30 at the Met. And then 13th Auburn and number 8 Vandy after that game, both of them winning. But right now, LSU, one of the better teams in the country, up 2-1 as they're playing. Despite the weather, they are not behind at the Hoover Met. Pretty amazing thing. And they work in the bottom of the 5th out there. Show being brought to you before we get to that great Photoshop there from our friend Brooks, who cleaned that up and made it fantastic. We'll let Brown reset it. I want to tell you about our friends at Legacy Credit Union. Our friends Legacy, LegacyCreditUnion.com is the website. Legacy has that everyday checking. And our friends at Legacy, they've been around for 60 years. So they try to make this easy for you, like everyday checking that gives you your direct deposit 2 days early. You can get that with Legacy. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. You get that instant issue debit card. So if you go open your account with Legacy right now at all their local branches, you get that debit card before you leave. Other digital banking app perks that you pick up there as well. I've always told you they're fantastic with car or truck loans at Legacy. Also, they've got the lifestyle loans. If you got an unexpected medical expense, or maybe you want to do something like take a dream vacation like Nick Saban did, you can get a lifestyle loan with no collateral and affordable low rates right there with our friends at Legacy. And, of course, they have been supporting the education and healthcare industries in the Birmingham area for over 60 years. In fact, they are proud supporters of UAB and UAB athletics, not just athletics, but the UAB campus as well, the official credit union of UAB. It's all with our friends at Legacy. Get all the details of everything they can do for you right now. LegacyCreditUnion.com. LegacyCreditUnion.com. Federally insured by the NCUA. Reset why we wanted this done. Nick Saban was over in Rome.
Yeah, Rockstar was talking about how funny it would be if he did some of the touristy pictures, if he could just kind of dial it back for a minute and know everybody was going to laugh at them, but did some of the touristy pictures that you get from people that are in Rome, like he's holding up the Leaning Tower of Pisa, or, he's doing something at the Colosseum. And then we stumbled across the idea of him actually having his photo made in the Pope mobile. Well, he didn't have that, so we're like, hey, maybe somebody could Photoshop that for us. Brooks took a swing. We didn't like it at first. Swing two. I think he's got this one.
Oh, nails it.
Yep, I think we got this.
Yep, nails it.
Fantastic job of Photoshop right there.
Yeah. It looks like he actually took out the Pope. I mean, in a Photoshop way.
Photoshop sense of the thing. Yes.
I think that's.
I think we got it.
That's Instagram worthy right there,
Yep.
Taylor Corn. Let's send that out so everybody can see that on Instagram.
Never knew it was a Toyota.
If they're listening to us right now.
That is weirdly brand specific for them, isn't it? To have the Toyota thing.
It seems like they would have a specifically designed Mercedes brand, right?
Yeah. Well, or Alfa Romeo is Italian, right? Now I know the Vatican's its own nation, but it's surrounded by Italy.
So there you go. There's Nick Saban,
Yeah,
Pope
it's
Mobile.
very good. I like it.
Just back. You can see that on our Instagram platform. Listen, I'm going to let you guys behind the curtain real quick. I play a role on this show sometimes.
Oh God.
I am not.
So anytime he's wrong, this is.
I play dumb on this show. Really, I am. What's the organization I'm a member of? You and me, Lunsford.
Mensa?
I'm Mensa.
Yeah, you don't even know what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah.
Those of us, we can't talk about it, but we're also, who's the people that control the world, that the pyramids on the back of the dollar?
Illuminati.
The Illuminati. I'm an Illuminati person, too.
Always got to ask all the clubs. What's the golf course at Augusta? Where I'm a member? It's Augusta National. Yeah, Augusta National.
I'm not as dumb as I appear on this show. I play a part here.
I may not be a smart man, Jenny, but I know what love is.
I'm looking at Tyler watching TV. Is he?
He's watching the Amazing Baseball Tournament right now.
Is he smart?
Oh, y'all got the SEC Baseball Tournament?
Smart like his daddy. Is he smart or is he? He's just like his daddy. He got a dad named for us, too. You're his daddy.
You're his daddy, Paul.
So I listen, Justin Hokanson, who joins us at the top of the hour, talk about his story yesterday on the what's the word I'm looking for?
Referendum?
Guys, I mean, you're selling me on being a Mensa. Go ahead.
The transformation, if you will, of the Auburn roster. He will tell you that he knows how smart I am.
Right.
I am not that dumb.
Yeah, but you set this up for what reason?
Yeah, we're Mensa brothers, Stephen and I say. Because the pork thing, I knew pork was red meat. I did not.
I thought that was pretty obvious.
I did not buy into the advertising when I was a kid that it's the other white meat.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was red meat. I was just trying to set Brown up for a read.
Right. Okay. It was well done. Yeah. Actually, it was your read, so I don't know why you were setting me up for it. But sure, Jim, if you want to.
All right, I'm gonna eat my brain food here in
Mensa
and get your big ass yogurt bowl. You have one today? There he is.
By the way, I mean, the presentation's what's amazing.
I love the layering.
Yeah. How long does it take you to make that?
Bananas, zero yogurt right there.
Zero yogurt?
Yep. Almond butter. Got some granola in there, some blackberries and blueberries.
How long does it take you in the morning to put that together?
I put them together the night before. I can do two probably in about 7 minutes. I'm a NASCAR team.
Weirdly specific.
Order up.
7 minutes.
Back in a moment with Hoke on Auburn football.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, Auburn football. We heard from Nick Saban last hour on several things. Justin Hokanson with a really interesting story about everything that is going on with the changing roster down at Auburn. It's at Auburn Live on 3 Sports. This hour of the show brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. More on Champy's in a second, but let's talk football with Hoke.
We always love getting him on, talk a little Auburn. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You can do a lot of things for Hoke. Follow him on Twitter @_J Hokanson and Auburn Live. Go join up right there, part of On 3 Sports, AuburnLive.com. What's up, Hoke? How are you today?
I'm good. Right when we started that, a call coming in, just like the whole, you have your phone and your laptop, everything just goes berserk. So
was that? Do you think it was hot breaking news? You need to take the phone call?
Scam likely, unless they got some hot breaking news.
When Hugh Freeze took the job over, if I had asked you, and I don't know if this is a question you even thought about, but if I'd ask you, Hope, give me an over-under on how many transfer portal guys that Hugh Freeze will want for this roster, where do you think you would have set the number?
Oh, I'm not sure I would have gone 20. I mean, I probably would have said, 15, 12 to 15, I probably would have felt comfortable saying, but I'm not shocked at 20, but I probably would have gone 12 or 15, but I mean, 20, you're talking about basically a quarter of your roster.
Yeah.
In one year. So it's a massive it's a massive undertaking, winter and spring. I thought they were going to get 6 to 8 in the spring, and they ended up with, I think, 7 or 8, right around there. A lot of them came in the winter. So a quarter of the roster turns over, probably a little more than maybe I thought, but nothing crazy. Not out of the realm of possibility from thinking about being in December and January.
I mean, Deion Sanders is doing one thing out there, and that's an amazing number. But Hugh and a couple other first-year coaches, a pretty big number, but it's the first year, and you've got the job for a reason. I think it's the thing you got to do with the rules and everything. It's obvious he came in, Hoke, and said, our receiving core is not what I need it to be. I mean, that and we talk quarterback all the time. He looked at the receivers in the spring and said, maybe we need help.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, they went out and got Nick Marner, but then you come back and you go through spring ball with what you have, plus Nick Marner from Cincinnati. And then you go out and you still get Shane Hooks, Jair Shorter, and you add and Caleb Burton. So you had 3 more to the mix after spring ball, which I think that's the interesting thing about the spring portal is it really points to where the coaches are concerned on the roster, where maybe you wouldn't know that, right? You go through spring ball and it is what it is. Well, now with the spring portal, you can kind of look at who they go get, and it kind of points to maybe what they thought of spring camp at some positions. And so when you see them go get 3 receivers, pretty telling that they think that the receiving core there, nobody really stepped up to be the man or be a stud, and they need competition. They need playmakers. They need extra bodies there to try to get the job done. So receiver was a big one. Quarterback got all the hype, obviously, but yeah, going in, receiver was always going to be a big one. That's the other position really that Freeze talked about in spring as kind of lacking, as lagging behind. He specifically said quarterback and receiver, he wished they were further along. So not shocking that you go out and do that. And when you talk about the portal numbers, I was thinking about this earlier, and I mean, yeah, what Colorado's doing is, I don't know, man. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, I saw Pat Narduzzi's comments about that's not what it should be. I kind of agree. I mean, it just shouldn't be. It's meant to give kids opportunities the same way coaches can go and jump around, players can jump around, stuff like that. But processing kids out at that number is kind of wild. But I think the goal is to try to get down to, I think you want to recruit high school talent, get that rolling, and probably on a year-to-year basis, winter, spring combined, maybe bring in 8, 9. I think would be a great number to try to go do every year. 20 is not where you want to be on a yearly basis. It's too much turnover. It means there's an issue with how you're evaluating talent. Now, not in Auburn's case. Hugh's coming in and trying to rebuild it. But you don't want to be, to me, 4 or 5 years in. Like I saw Sam Pittman at Arkansas. I mean, I don't know how many years he's been at Arkansas now, but 4 or 5 years now, and they're still turning over. This year, they turned over a quarter of their roster. That I wouldn't want to be 5 years into a program still doing that. And so I think 20 in the first year, maybe the first 2 year, but then I think you want to get that thing down to 8, 9 players where you're evaluating really well high school wise, and then you come in and you're just patching in the transfer portal.
Justin Hokanson on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline @_J Hokanson, @_J Hokanson, AuburnLive.com, part of On3. That's where you can read all his work, including what we're talking about, his breakdown of Auburn in the transfer portal. That story up there at AuburnLive.com. If I ask you who you are most confident of those 20 is a day one starter, where would you take me?
Well, if my first name pops into head is probably Justin Rogers, ahead of Peyton Thorne.
Yeah.
And I think Peyton Thorne will start, but I would go Justin Rogers because I think Justin Rogers might be the best player you got in the portal, and it's at a position where you don't have a lot of depth there at defensive tackle. So I would go Justin Rogers would be my first name to start. And then, Peyton Thorne, look, you go out and get a quarterback and sign him to an NIL deal and all that, you're expecting him to start. So Peyton Thorne would certainly be there. Larry Nixon's a guy that would pop up. I mean, all CUSA first team production at linebacker. We heard a little bit about linebackers. There's some bodies there, but I don't know that anybody really stepped up. That's a guy that you go get to I think to start. So that's another name that pops up. But yeah, I think Justin Rogers is a forgotten guy because it happened in the winter and it's a defensive tackle and it just wasn't an offensive position. And he's a guy that I think continuously is forgotten a little bit in this portal class, but could be really big player. You're talking about a top 30 player in high school, coming out of high school nationally. So I would go Justin Rogers would be the first name that pops up.
You mentioned Peyton Thorne. That was a very quick deal with a local auto dealership there to get him in a vehicle and have him already promoting that. I mean, I'm assuming that was just the Auburn Collective at work, right?
I would assume that, yeah. Yeah.
Well, a lot of assumptions here, but I mean, that's the only thing you could assume. I mean, he had not been on campus a couple days before he's already got him a car deal.
Yeah, that thing was sweet.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, no, I've got no problem with it. I'm just saying that's the way the game has to be played now.
What makes you think Hoke has a problem with it? I mean,
I'm not saying he does.
Because he's giving you one word reaction?
No, I don't know how Hoke feels about it at all, but Hoke, I'm just saying.
No, it's good. I just don't know the process.
I know.
It's like how quickly it goes from, a business, we're interested in you, and NIL deals happening, and it's a quick process, and I think that certainly speaks to the recruitment of Peyton Thorne and obviously NIL being involved in these transfer kids, and so when it happens that quick, it's pretty obvious.
Do you think the perception, and I know it's only perception, so it means nothing, but because of the portal and Hugh Freeze, what he has done through that portal, that the perception of Auburn's wins this year has changed in the last few weeks nationally? Because Auburn Live is one of the top 2 or 3 On3 Sports properties across the country. So you guys are tied in around the country. Do you think the perception of the expectations of this team has changed in the last few weeks?
I think it has with Auburn fans, for sure, which, might be, I mean, I know that expectations nationally matter. If national pundits and things come out and say Auburn should win X number of games and they don't meet that, nationally there can be narratives talked about, positive or negative. And then there's what the Auburn fans expect, which is pretty important too. I think among the Auburn fan base, I think expectations have risen, yes. Not just because you got a quarterback that is a proven Power 5 quarterback that seems to have some real ability, but you look at it and you got some pretty good players at a number of positions. You got a bunch of guys that are probably going to start. You look at the rankings. I mean, Auburn's 2nd in the portal rankings or 5th in the portal rankings on On3, and so you're like, okay, you're looking at it going, they landed one of the best portal classes in the country. You got a quarterback. And so I think whatever you thought, you're now thinking better of this Auburn team. And you're looking at this team going, I think they should go win 8 games. I think if you polled most Auburn fans, I think the average would be 8 wins. I think most would say we should win 8 games. Realistic, not realistic, whatever. I mean, I think the schedule sets up for them to go do that. But yeah, I think expectations have risen. When you go increase the production the way they have, every single position group outside of the secondary, which they didn't sign anybody. In the secondary, the 2 players they lost quite literally produced 0 tackles in their careers at Auburn. So that's just an even. Every other position group, you had significant increase in production that you're bringing in versus production that's going out. And I think the transfer portal is a lot about that. High school, you can look at stars and you can look at, its potential and things like that. The portal's different. To me, the portal, you're just straight looking at how much production can I bring in, because I want a guy that's going to start immediately or push to start immediately, and I want a guy that's proven. And you look at the production across the board. I mean, defensive line, edge position, they lost 16 total tackles. They gained over 400. Offensive line, they lost 1,600 snaps. They gained nearly 6,000 snaps. Receiver, they lost 260 yards receiving. They gained over 4,000 yards receiving and nearly 50 touchdowns. Linebacker, they lost 20 tackles. They gained nearly 200. I mean, it's like that across the board. The amount of production they gain, I think, not only makes the team better from a starter talent standpoint, but it creates a level of competition in there that they didn't have. All those guys that you processed out or that left or whatever, that's a quarter of your roster that I don't think really was pushing anybody to be better in camp, in the film room. I think those guys they just weren't really getting the job done. And so you got a quarter of your roster that's not really pushing somebody in front of them or not really a threat to be a starter. and you replace them with a bunch of guys who've done it in college football. Now they're stepping in on campus confident and saying, I've done it. I know I can do it, and I'm going to do it here. It changes the level of competition. It changes, to me, the whole culture when you start practicing going summer, fall camp. So it's not just bringing in good players, but it's raising that level of competition that I think can improve the whole team.
Obviously, the situation around the suspensions is a delicate situation. I get that. And we don't even know the players. There are multiple suspensions that have been suspended indefinitely. We don't know how long it's going to be. Do you sense an uneasiness about this? And I know you guys aren't even around the coaches a lot, so this may be difficult to answer, Hoke, and I get that. But do you sense an uneasiness about this? Do people think it's just the process playing out? What is kind of the gut feel around the Auburn football program about this situation?
Yeah, that's a hard one to answer. I mean, the statement was super vague. The statement didn't even say anybody, technically.
Right.
Now, we know Jarquez Hunter's involved, but the statement didn't name anybody, anything. So,
It just
yeah,
it was
I don't know.
plural. It was plural, which is what caught a lot.
Yeah.
Two things. Number one, it came from the school, which elevates the seriousness of the matter.
Yep.
And number two, it had multiple suspensions, and I think that's what caught everybody's attention.
Yeah, I don't know about uneasiness. I don't. You know, we spoke to Hugh Freeze at an alumni event. What's interesting is we spoke to him right before that statement came out, and we didn't really know the depth, and so we didn't ask him about. It was just a weird. There wasn't really anything to ask him about at that point, and I didn't necessarily sense anything in him. But I don't know. I mean, it's a weird situation when you have the public affairs come out and release a statement involving athletes, like you said. So I don't know about uneasiness. I think it's something where they just made the decision to indefinitely suspend, and then now they're investigating whatever they're investigating, and then they'll figure it out, and then they'll come to a conclusion. Like that's kind of where I think they are right now.
The best of the alumni events so far, that the best information I've gotten from any of that is John Cohen talking about, improvements maybe at Jordan-Hare Stadium or other things, and Bruce Pearl's conversation about his desire to have his own practice facility, but also not going to really force the issue anymore because he likes the contributions to the NIL more than a practice facility. Yeah. Listen, I'm torn when I'm at Jordan-Hare Stadium because that north end zone, that scoreboard is, that side of the stadium still looks exactly like my first time ever at Jordan-Hare Stadium in 1988.
Yep.
So, if you like Wrigley Field and Fenway Park and something like that, it's okay, to have that there. So that doesn't bother me. But I understand maybe suites one day, other things, maybe a little bit more seating. I don't know. How big of a priority do you think it is with Auburn fans to change the way that side of the stadium looks for Jordan-Hare Stadium? It doesn't bother me.
Does it bother you that the Birmingham News is the main sponsor on that scoreboard and they don't even print a paper anymore?
I think it was Post-Herald at one point.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah,
neither one of them print a paper anymore.
The only thing I don't like, and I don't want to give up that scoreboard for it, is I do have to turn always that way if the play's going that way to see a replay up on the big screen. But is there a big do Auburn people feel like they need to change the way that looks? Because there's something iconic about that look to me.
I think it's getting there. I mean, I think it's one of those things where every year that goes by, I think fans are more like, what are we doing on that side? It gets talked about more and more every year, and then nothing happens. And so more and more people are aware, nothing happens. And so now there's more of an itch to change it. Certainly the way the other end, that video board and even the press building, which is nice and new, it just creates a nice end to that stadium. It makes, to me, the other end look even worse, because it's so empty, and that scoreboard literally hasn't been changed in forever. And so, I think there's an itch to do something there, either a bigger scoreboard or put a video board on that side or suite, something to balance it out. I think is what fans want from an aesthetic standpoint. That stadium is just, there's not a lot outside of the video board. Not a ton of things have been done over the last 20 years to really keep it up to date. I remember, people that weren't Auburn fans going to that stadium 20 years ago, and I'd be around them, and I specifically remember people saying that it's the most beautiful stadium in the SEC and this and that. Well, really nothing's changed. I mean, you bricked up a little bit, you added a big video board, and so I think it's time to do something on that end. I think there's enough building attention and pressure and fans going, hey, let's do something to try to I just don't know that it's a weird logistical thing that into the stadium. It's sunken down underneath there, so they've often talked about not really being able to put additional seating or an upper deck or anything. I don't know that like literally I don't think you can do it. So it's trying to figure out, do we just put some additional suites? Do we just put a couple of video boards? What exactly do people want? I think you go the suite route because the experience and game experience and raising money is such a high priority right now. But yeah, you mentioned the Bruce Pearl and the NIL stuff. That's part of it too. You put suites in there. Now you're asking people to buy those suites again. Now you're talking about buy here, and then that money doesn't now necessarily go to NIL. So if you put in suites and then you want people to fill those suites up, now that's less money potentially to your collective. To like the collective adds to me a whole nother degree of when you're thinking about facilities and what you do. It adds a whole nother layer of what you do, both from Bruce Pearl basically doing a 180 and saying, guys, I got to make a choice. He's worked for that hoops facility forever. It was going to happen. And then he had to choose and back off of it and say, well, I need NIL. I need a team. I need a roster.
Right.
And so I got to back off and I got to go NIL. And I guess I don't get my hoops facility for a while.
Yeah. Crappy team in a good practice facility is no fun.
Yeah.
Good team sharing the court with women's basketball.
Fans don't care.
Make it work. Because I said this yesterday. You can't say it because you got to deal with them. But Bruce is going to get the best practice time anyway, right? I mean, men's basketball brings in money. If we're sharing a court for practice, it's got to go priorities, right? It's got to be men's basketball first.
But I've been over there enough where, I mean, he to his credit, I mean, it's not like they get a time every day and everybody works around him. I mean, they're changing their times and working around women's basketball and other sports at times. And so
good for him. Good for him.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be that nice. I'll be honest with you. I would not be that nice. I'd say, okay, every day 2 to 4, that's my time. Good luck.
Yeah. I think he does his best to work with them because you got gymnastics, volleyball, women's basketball, all sharing 2 gyms. It's a tough deal sometimes.
Women's coach wants Tony Barbie back.
Well, I'm just saying.
More power than,
I'm just saying. There's a reason why we're here, and we're paying the bills.
All right, go follow Hoke on Twitter @_J Hokanson @_J Hokanson. Read him at AuburnLive.com, part of On3 Sports. The story we reference very often there about Auburn's portal transfers and all of that is right there at AuburnLive.com, part of On3. Hoke, thank you for the time, man. Always great talking with you.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
All right, buddy. Hoke with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Hoke won't brag on himself either, but of all the On3 Sports properties, Kentucky Sports Radio, #1, part of the On3 Sports family.
Very, very popular following there.
Yeah. Michigan is #2, and Hoke has built the Auburn one
Good for them.
to #3 in the country.
Yeah.
On all the On3 Sports team platform, Hoke has got them all the way up to #3 behind massive following at Michigan and the Kentucky Sports Radio, which basically I don't think needed On3 Sports. That was as much On3 Sports needed them. So good job by Hoke and everyone there with Auburn Live getting On3 Sports up to that level inside their family there. We appreciate his friendship greatly. The show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. C-Stu was by here yesterday.
Was he? I missed him.
Yeah. And
so he came when I'm not here?
Decided he did not want to jump a plane with LT to Vegas. Does not fly.
Did LT try to sell him on that one?
He did.
Yeah. Patented aluminum cover system fitting most existing gutters. It keeps out the debris. It eliminates gutter cleaning, and it is backed with a lifetime warranty. That's what you get from Gutter Cap. Basically, they clean that gutter out one last time. They cover it. You don't get the leaves and debris in it, so it doesn't get clogged, and then you can stay off that dangerous ladder and never have to clean it again. 823-2212. That is 823-2212. Our buddy C-Stu, Chris Stewart, and Gutter Cap. Cap it, don't snap it. We got breaking schedule news. Have you seen this?
I have.
I hate it.
You hate it. Okay.
I hate it, absolutely.
Well, I know why you hate it. We'll jump into it. And this continues to be that Big Ten television contract that was worked out by Kevin Warren without really working out all the details with the member schools. It's a hot mess, and it's a steaming pile of you-know-what, according to some people. We will get to that when we come back on the show that's being brought to you this hour by our friends at Champy's World-Famous Fried Chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch right now. Happened at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock every day. Sterling, his crew, frying up that chicken. It's cooked to order, so it comes out steaming hot, all the great sides. Hand-cut chicken fingers, the po' boys, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's perfect for lunch. It is Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Back in a moment on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around. And you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Just absolutely amazing at the 9:30 a.m. first pitch crowd out at the Met for this game as they work in the top of the 6th. LSU up 6-2 against South Carolina, though South Carolina has the bases loaded. Just what a wonderful job. And I mean, we promote ticket sales and all that, so we'll take a little credit too. But amazing job of what this event has turned into over the last 20 years in Hoover.
I don't know if there's anywhere else you could host it. When Texas and Oklahoma come to the league, I know they've got facilities out there. I heard somebody mention Dallas, or maybe we discussed that, right?
You mentioned Arlington since they had the 2 ballparks.
Yeah, which I'm not even sure if the old Rangers Stadium, the ballpark at what used to be the ballpark at Arlington, it was retrofitted to a football stadium, I believe. I'm not even sure if you can play baseball in there anymore. I could be wrong about that, though. I mean, I have no idea, but that would be a place where you could play 2 games at the same time and have plenty of place for RV parking because right next to Jerry World. So all those things. But what Hoover has done, too, not just have RV parking, that's one thing, but the way they have outfitted the RV lot where it is RV friendly. It's not just that you're parking there. You got all the hookups and all you need. They've gone the extra mile to make that very, very attractive for the SEC.
Yeah, and the Finley Center now with the fan zone is indoor.
That's right.
It's like a little carnival inside. It really is an amazing event they put on there in Hoover. It's ongoing day 2, double elimination throughout the weekend, and maybe they have fought through the rain. The one thing is happening right now, a little baseball geekism here. When you're up 6-1, you go to the top of the sixth. The one thing you don't want to do is walk people, force them to hit the ball. And they have walked their way in now to a 6-3 jam with South Carolina and bases loaded, 1 out. You want your guy to go out there and, as Billy Woodham used to put it at Thompson High School, throw damn strikes.
Make them put it in play, right?
Make them put it in play.
Yeah.
Make them do something instead of you giving them free passes. Show being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Before we give you that college football news, when something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, it's Hemphill, the name you remember. It's the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Listen, when it's winter time, we talk to you about heating. Plumbing is year-round. When the plumbing goes bad, you got something that's clogged or not draining right, you call Hemphill. But right now, you got a special offer on getting your air conditioning, all the fine points checked out on your AC to get it up and running. Call for details. It is 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Our friends at Hemphill for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. It's Adam, Chad, and the team, Hemphill Services. That developing news on a college football schedule, I get the feeling you don't like it because the Dolphins play that night.
Oh, no, that has nothing to do. The Dolphins play in the afternoon.
Okay.
It is on Black Friday. No, I don't like it because it's neutral site. Penn State, Michigan State. I don't know if you'd seen that part of it.
Oh, I had, and it's because of the weather. Remember, they don't want to play night November games, so they're giving up it being in East Lansing.
Their Michigan State, Penn State is going to play on Black Friday, primetime NBC game. This is part of the prime. If you haven't followed this story, basically Kevin Warren negotiated a primetime deal with NBC. Kevin Warren is the now ex-Big Ten commissioner. He's moved on to the Chicago Bears. But he gave NBC these primetime Big Ten games. All for that. Love it, right? In fact, I love it. We don't get a lot of primetime Big Ten.
Sadly, I feel sorry for NBC because a lot of them are going to suck. But
because the Big Ten apparently had this deal where they agreed not to play November night games. And especially the Michigans and Ohio States, the power brokers in that league, did not want to play November night games. They will not say it's because it's too cold. But one of their former players, Bobby Carpenter, was on this show Monday, played at Ohio State, and he said because it's too cold.
Yeah.
They blame it on injury recovery, logistics, all the stuff to avoid saying we just don't want to play when it's that cold at night in November because they like to hang their hat on playing in those types of conditions.
But here you go. You're moving this game off campus to in the dome.
So NBC's like, hey, by the way, we're getting November night games. That's part of our deal. Y'all are going to have to figure this one out. Well, here's one way. The Big Ten approached Michigan State has said, about moving Penn State, Michigan State to Ford Field in Detroit on Black Friday, the night of Black Friday. I just don't like – I can stomach Red River. That's all I've ever seen. I've never liked the cocktail party, but I'm okay. Past that, we don't need neutral site college football games.
Never fell in love with Arkansas and Texas A&M at Jerry's World.
In fact, hate it.
Neutral site games. Some of them were good just because Alabama's schedule was so bad and it gave them a chance to play a better opponent to open up with during Saban's time.
Would have easily been much better on campus.
It would have been, but it was a quick fix on the scheduling problem. This here, what this does is give up Michigan State's home field advantage because now a lot of extra tickets, more people can sit in Ford Field than can East Lansing, my guess, right off the bat. And that's going to open the door for a few more Penn State people to make it in. It's going to be a better year for Penn State than it is for Michigan State. So it really will end up being advantage Penn State because it's not outside. They're the better team, so the elements won't be an equalizer. And the crowd's going to be more equalized. In fact, Penn State may have as many fans as Michigan State at the game now.
They travel well.
And one reason I'm going to hate it, we play Thanksgiving morning football at Ford Field. So we're going to play Black Friday night there. There's going to be Detroit Lions logo or remnants of logos on the field unless they have that extra carpet that they have at some stadiums.
This doesn't add up. I thought NBC had the primetime NFL game on Black Friday.
I did too.
Well, how are they doing this?
It's Peacock only.
So, okay. So this is Peacock only.
Yeah.
Okay. I saw NBC and Peacock, so I guess it was NBC putting it on Peacock.
Now, unless I'm wrong.
Well, you got to be. I mean, it's got to be Peacock because they've got the NFL game.
Yeah.
They've got the prime NFL game that night.
I mean, that's what I think it is.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I don't get this. I do not.
No, NBC doesn't have they have the Thanksgiving night game.
It's Black Friday.
On Thursday, Thanksgiving
on
night.
Thursday, you're right.
Yeah.
That's my
apologies.
Friday
is on NBC and Peacock for the college football.
I got all wound up there.
But there is a Friday NFL game now, but it's in the afternoon.
But it's on Amazon in the afternoon, yeah. So, that's Dolphins and Jets. That's my bad. I took you down that road and I shouldn't have. So it's going to be on NBC primetime. I just don't like the fact that it's neutral site. And I hope this is not the way the Big Ten aims to fix this. I don't know why the schools would agree to give up a home game unless the Big Ten is just like, look, we screwed this up. Here's $5 million. Will you play this thing at Ford Field for us?
Developing news on the ACC trying to stay together. We'll get to that in our next segment. But right now it is time for Rockstar to hit the big button with trash on the table.
The line is baked in a buttery, flaky crust.
Baked on a buttery crust.
Close.
Baked on a buttery, crispy crust. That
Damn,
close?
flaky.
I thought I said flaky. Baked in a buttery flavored crust. Crust.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
But first was my favorite. He basically says crust right. The guy goes close.
Well, the guy that says it should be the voice goes, say baked on a flaky buttery crust. Baked on the crust flavor of the crust. Damn.
It's flaky.
Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home. Let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one. When you want to buy a home, start with our friends at Mortgage Right. MortgageRight.com/TNR. Get your home buying journey going today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start in a weird name for a city. Tell me if you lived here. Like when somebody says, where'd you grow up? Bullskin Township, Pennsylvania. Bullskin Township.
Never heard of that.
Well, I have not either, Jim. I don't imagine many people live in Bullskin Township, Pennsylvania. But Pennsylvania State Police are asking for the public's help to identify the person of interest in a criminal mischief incident there. According to state police, the incident led to damaged property. It happened at Jacobs Creek Park in Bullskin Township. State police believe the incident happened between Monday and Thursday, and according to officials, suspects lit multiple fireworks inside a woman's restroom, so much so that it caused the plastic toilet to melt in the cistern. That's a lot of fireworks.
I mean, it just disappeared like it was a sinkhole.
It fell right in the hole.
It fell right in the hole, man. That's a lot of fireworks.
Listen, I don't know how that one works, but out in the Arizona desert, inside the state park there, every time I would stop at one of those.
That's what the toilet looked like?
Because I had to do an emergency. It was a normal toilet, but it dropped down basically into a, just a hole, basically a pit.
What is it a padlock for?
That's
so you don't steal the toilet paper.
You don't steal the toilet paper. Yeah, Dunaway's right.
Yeah, somebody did.
A big toilet paper roll. Right?
They stole the toilet paper too.
Yeah,
that's one of those Rockstar in some in old school places. They put 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls out there at one time.
That's hard to steal toilet paper. It's hard to. There's a padlock. I didn't know I can get that off.
The toilet paper that's in a public restroom, I don't want to steal.
Not that I've ever
like
been
sandpaper.
You don't like half ply?
Yeah.
Not that I've ever been poor, but you bring your own roll, and then you start rolling it off onto your own roll, and then you're able to walk out with it. Life hack.
Wow. I mean, it's gotten pretty bad if I'm going
Tough
to do
times
that.
for Dunaway.
Yes. So they're still looking for the firework criminal at large there. Cherry bomb in the toilet, I mean, is an old prank. I think they might have gone a little too far there. Around the room, everybody like Hot Pockets? Are you a fan or no fan?
Never liked them.
You never liked Hot Pockets?
Never liked them.
You think as a kid, it would cause
burns?
It would cause problems in my system.
A lot of things do that to you.
A quick evacuation for me.
Yeah, you would make that toilet look like the last picture.
I just remember eating the ham and cheese ones where it was lava. I know that.
Oh yeah, you'll burn the heck out of your mouth.
Jim Gaffigan does a whole rap on it, but they were good at the time. But then they have that cool sleeve that actually cooks it evenly.
Yeah, it does, and that sleeve gets hot as hell too.
Yeah, well, because it's cooking it evenly.
Yeah. While Rockstar is on, leave Rockstar on camera, but I just want to hear Forrester's laugh when I do this at you, Forrester, when I go. What sound did you hear from yesterday afternoon? Rockstar did an amazing sound effect pose yesterday in the back room there before he left.
I have issues, man.
He does this, and as he's doing this, he lets out the longest fart.
It was a wet arrow.
Oh, gosh.
This whole pullback of the arrow was a fart. He went.
We have fun back here, man.
I know y'all do.
Well, Lunsford's back. Lunsford on microphone. How long was this yesterday when he went?
Very long. The thing is, he makes the motion
and then stops the motion. You think that's going to be the end, and he just holds it. When is this going to end?
Those are the
Then it
afterburners.
stops, and then there's an extra aftershock after the fact.
It's like a locker room up here.
It was like you had swallowed an oxygen tank and you were slowly letting the air out.
That was tame, by the way.
Yeah.
I have issues. The one person I feel bad for these past few weeks is Tyler, because Tyler's in the.
Look at Tyler shaking his head.
Yeah.
He's in the.
But I go, here it comes. I'm sorry, and I point away.
Tyler's in the firing zone. Yeah. He's at he's outside of the demilitarized location. Hey, so I frequently feel sorry for Kelsey and Taylor here, because they've just stumbled into a men's locker room. I mean, we have fun up here. They laugh a lot. They laugh with us. They jump in on the jokes a lot, but they have stumbled into working in a men's locker room.
But we have a long-standing rule: we do not fart.
Oh, no, I'm not even talking about passing gas. I'm just talking about the other million things we do up here that are like a men's locker room.
Even in the crappy studios we've been in before, we never farted in those studios.
No, I had to call out Matt McLaren early on. I was like, hey, listen, I don't know how y'all did it in Dallas, but let me tell you how we do it in Birmingham from 10 to 2. We do not pass gas. No, actually, it was 2 to 6. We were afternoons in. I was like, we do not pass gas in the studio.
And Del Greco was notorious about leaving them for us when he was on the other
He was an ass dropper.
Yeah, I mean, he would wait until the close had played and would walk out.
Yeah.
But these guys in the back room, I mean, we might as well be, out in the wild in Africa.
Well, I don't know that it's all
or
of
down
them.
in the Amazon. These guys have no rules back there.
Well, see, my point is, and I told Dunaway this, and these guys will vouch for it. They're not putrid. They're not. I'll tell them when I was like, I know when one's going to be bad, and I was like, I am sorry, I apologize, because that's going to be bad. But you can ask them, Lunsford. You can go ahead. Have you ever?
Such a weird.
So you call your shot that
yeah.
this is just air. It's not going to smell
Have you ever
bad.
been stink bombed?
I mean, 95% of them, there's nothing. I won't say it's been 100%, but it's 95%. There's nothing. It's honestly impressive how much comes out sound-wise. There's absolutely no smell.
I just do not like this conversation.
Can we start a podcast about this?
All right, so back to Hot Pockets, which is where this all started.
Chad wants to know, is there a T-shirt idea in this for Tyler? Like, Tyler survived rock stars, whatever, or anything. So, possibility in the store.
A man in Louisville was shot over the weekend over a Hot Pocket. That's how much he likes him. Louisville Metro Police Department arrested 64-year-old Clifton Williams. He looks like a pleasant enough fella in his mugshot right there, Rockstar.
What do you have to say for yourself? Well, shit.
The 64-year-old shot his roommate following an argument over a Hot Pocket. Police say Williams' roommate had eaten the last Hot Pocket, so he started throwing tiles at him, which is a weird thing to throw at him. I guess ceramic tiles, Rockstar?
Do you remember we used to work at a building that had a door stopper that was a box of ceramic tiles for
Yes.
10 years?
From where the building was built, and they're like, we'll just leave these right here.
I mean, they're roommates. Could they have been playing a nice game of Scrabble?
It could have been Scrabble tiles. You're right. Absolutely. Yeah. There is no clarification here. Could have been ceiling tiles. Arrest slips say the roommate tried to leave. Williams went inside, got a gun. The man was shot in the buttocks as he was trying to leave, according to police.
Of course,
that bit me.
Of course, you're going to throw that Q at me. You can't spell anything with a Q.
I'll shoot you. Florida man. We got Florida man back here, but this is not his fault this time, I don't think, unless we get an update on this story. A man in Florida lost his arm after being attacked by an alligator. Where, Dunaway? Oh, well, Rockstar showing you. What does that look like to you?
That looks to me like to be in Orange Beach, Alabama.
It kind of does. That place where we stopped to get that steak that time, right? Yeah, Rockstar. We were traveling together. Ha 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 ha. Brandon,
well,
we eat dinner together with each other.
Well, it says Banditos, so it's going to lure me into thinking it's in Mexico.
It's a bar in Port Charlotte, Florida, and 23-year-old man was attacked Sunday behind that bar by an alligator. Now you don't see that happen every day. Man lost his arm though. It's terrible, but. I mean, how did is this the guy?
Yeah, like a little Jamal Murray.
Yeah, I assumed it was an outdoor bar. You were showing us the restaurant.
It is. He went outside to relieve himself, and this happened.
Oh, behind the bar. See,
he went behind the bar. Literally went because
no. I thought you meant like behind a physical bar, but you mean behind the building that is the bar.
You're not supposed to be back here.
I was like, how did the alligator get back there? I misread it totally.
And apparently he was fishing with bait.
You got issues with women? How you been doing? They're always rubbing the damn bar down.
I know. They got that towel over their shoulder, wiping the glass.
Well, if he's back there peeing, he's lucky he lost an arm.
Yeah, no joke. Man, that's a terrible story. All right, final two stories
that's
here.
The gator, so they caught him afterwards.
Oh, well, good. So we call it the gator.
What are you doing?
Yeah, why is it his fault?
Yeah, I mean, he's just doing what he's supposed to do.
Throw those stilts in him.
Stab him.
Does Gary the Gator have a story about a man going into a bar?
A man walks into the bar. The other man ducked.
That's not bad.
You can tell the worst jokes in that voice, and they're funny. All right, here are Dunaway. Dating coach has said 5 signs you're super attractive. You want these? 5 signs that you're super attractive, okay? Number 1, people get very territorial about boyfriends or girlfriends around you, even when you're doing nothing wrong, because they see you as competition.
Yeah.
I love all of these, by the way. Everything's assumption.
Right.
Meanwhile, you guys would let me go to dinner or movies with any of your significant others, so I must be ugly as hell.
Well, we had a
I will let you go to a movie with my wife. Why? Just because I want to let you.
We had a coworker once whose wife was super territorial around him, and I don't think a whole lot of people had interest in him. I don't know that.
She was very, very protective. Always had an eye on him.
Super territorial.
I'm horrible at Jock's history.
You've got it. Is that
right?
You got it. Oh, no. Actually, no. You're right in that, right? No, I don't think you're going to think of this one.
That's
no,
not right.
No.
Oh, gosh, we're going to
go. That one probably should have been more territorial.
I know it wasn't that one.
Nope. Hey, number 2, you rarely get compliments because people assume you already know you're attractive. So, Dunaway, if people don't tell you you're attractive, it probably means you are attractive.
Because you should already know that. It's assumed once you walk in. Like, if nobody's going to say it, it's obvious that I am.
Yeah, if you reverse these, they're easily humble brags, by the way. Number 3, you rarely get approached by people because people think you're out of their league, so they don't even bother trying.
That's what's happening to me back in the day.
Number 4, you always catch strangers staring at you in public.
I just stand under TVs with a big game on them.
And number 5, people always get very awkward and nervous around you.
I think Dunaway thinks I'm attractive.
But by the way, my social awkwardness starts the Next Round Cocktails. If you want to go read it,
did you clap
watch it? I did start off with a clap and got into it and learned a new phrase in yesterday's Next Round Cocktails: having the Kellys.
Okay. Jeff said there's a lot of Kay Ivey in Gary the Gator, by the way.
It is. It's Ed Wynn. He's an old actor from the 40s who did the Mad Hatter in Alice in Wonderland from Disney. He did a lot of characters. Then Twilight Zone, too.
All right, BuzzFeed has 9 shows that were way overrated. We'll hit these and wrap up trash here. I'm going to imagine Dunaway has watched a lot of these. Where
Just
you
a quick list, all of them. Let's go.
Wednesday.
Have not. Very, very popular with young teenage girls, so I don't know if this is overrated or not.
Just scroll backwards, Rockstar. I'll do these in that order since I started you at the bottom. Oh, I thought you could scroll. Okay. The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead. I never watched that one.
I watched one season. My wife watched it forever.
Yeah.
And it's still on? Has it ended
No,
yet?
it ended last year. I didn't know that this guy over here has like a football uniform. I don't know what the hell happened in that final season.
Yeah, I don't either.
I quit when this guy came in, when Negan came in.
Yeah, I never watched Walking Dead.
I was gone way before that.
Either one of those.
I was there the year the governor was battling Rick.
All right. What's next, Rickstar? I thought you could just hit the arrow.
I have. These are alphabetized. I made a mistake. So
that's quite all right.
Let's just go. We're just going to
This is us. Yeah, this is us. Dunaway.
not overrated.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know who rates it, but I thought it was very uniquely done. The way they've got the alternate timelines there like that. I liked it.
I mean, it's perfectly okay.
Yeah, I thought this was a good show. Stranger Things. I think Lunsford's big on Stranger Things. I've never watched it.
I like Stranger Things.
Yeah.
This season they came back. Well, I think I don't know what they're saying is overrated. They didn't really explain it. I'm saying.
BuzzFeed says it's overrated.
Which one was the 1980s year? Was that 2 or 3?
They're all in the 80s. They're probably
okay. Which one was the mall one?
Season 3.
Okay, so I saw the first 2. I haven't seen the last 2.
Okay. Dunaway's catching up. How I Met Your Mother. You like that show, Dunaway?
Loved it. Seen
Never
every
seen
episode.
an episode of that show.
A love story in reverse.
Yep.
Like that couch though. It's almost as good as the Lego couch.
Alternate timeline a lot in that too.
Oh, do they really? Yeah. Hey, real quick. Okay.
Grey's
Anatomy. Never watched it.
By the way, still on or just ended?
Still on, I think.
Yeah. Please.
Like 56 seasons.
Holy crap! They're still doing Grey's Anatomy.
I mean,
is that woman still on it?
I think so. She's the lead actress of it.
Was on in the 90s? Was it?
No.
Early 2000s.
I would say early 2000s, but it's been on for a long, long time.
At least 20 years.
Yeah. Friends. Now this is one I did watch. Lance, I know, is notoriously a hater of this show.
Fantastic.
I think I've probably seen every episode.
That's Lance being too cool for school.
Yeah,
it was
I think
a
I've seen every
fantastic show.
And Big Bang Theory, done. What you
fantastic show. My wife actually loves that show more than me.
And the final one,
I don't have a picture for this one, but Euphoria.
Euphoria.
Oh, fantastic. I've seen every episode.
Boy, Lunsford, that got him fired up.
Euphoria overrated.
That's
one of the best shows on TV I've ever seen.
Don't they show a lot of members in that show?
A lot of sexuality in
And
it,
what's
but
her name, the lead actress?
Zendaya.
She's unbelievable.
Yeah, and she's won an Emmy both seasons. I mean, she's incredible in it.
Unbelievable.
Incredible show.
Unbelievable. The most uncomfortable stuff. If you ever want your kids not to take drugs,
yeah.
Yes.
Show them that show.
What if I'm on the fence, though?
Tell you what, I wouldn't mind, but go ahead and watch this and see what you think.
All right. I mean, they do have some good stuff out of the drugs, I guess. Maybe it's not a good thing to show the kids.
A lot of great music's come from drugs.
Yeah. You're right.
That is
You're
true.
right.
You can't deny that one.
So just say maybe.
Mortgage Right brings you trash every day. They put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home. Your first stop needs to be mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the next round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa.birmingham.com.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the next round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
This hour brought to you by Champy's Chicken and our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. One more major college football conversation. We've already told you about Penn State, Michigan State moving their game from East Lansing to Black Friday at Ford Field in Detroit. So Michigan State basically giving up a home game to accommodate a Big Ten television contract that is in shambles as they try to, fill the holes left by Kevin Warren there. Storm Restoration Roofing will fill the holes in your roof. Greg from Pell City will get up there and give you a free no-cost roof inspection. But if you have storm damage anytime, they can repair that too. Local crews, locally owned for over 20 years. Greg Nelson and his wife own the company, Storm Restoration Roofing. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, all the warranties you need to back it up, plus that free no-cost roof inspection. Call him up, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Nicole Auerbach and others reporting today that the ACC's Board of Directors endorsed a success incentive initiative that will begin during the 2024-2025 academic year, so next football season. It'll be for sports with revenue-generating postseason competition.
Okay.
In other words, men's basketball and football.
Yes. Revenue-generating postseason activity. So basically, the postseason events that generate revenue is what they're saying there are the ones where
the money-making sports.
Yeah, it's where the bonuses will fall.
Which is basically men's basketball and college football.
I have been told, now this could have changed, but as of a few years ago, the only 4 postseasons that turned a profit for the NCAA are really 3 because college football is not under the NCAA purview, was the men's Final Four, the College World Series, and the Frozen Four. That was the one that surprised a lot of people. They actually make money on the Frozen Four. So that's going to eliminate a lot of sports right there.
This again from Nicole Auerbach and others. I'll reset it for you. The Board of Directors endorsing the Success Incentive Initiative. In other words, if you have success in football or men's basketball, you will take a bigger share of the pie home for making the college football playoffs or making an NCAA tournament and making a run in the NCAA tournament. All other revenues will continue to be equally shared as currently outlined per the ACC. The ACC also says that specifics of the plan are in progress and will be solidified in the coming months. Ultimately, this is a eat what you kill plan. You go further in the NCAA college football playoff. You keep more of the money you bring in for the league. That from Nicole Auerbach. Her thoughts on that last paragraph there.
So essentially, the programs that don't are making less than what they are now. I mean, there's not a new pool of money this is coming from. This is coming from the same pool of money, right?
That's right. So Clemson will keep a bigger share of their Orange Bowl money.
And a lot of people are like, well, they should. They're carrying the conference. And I'm okay with that thought process, but also look at the other side of it. If I'm Wake Forest, and that was the example I used the other day, if I'm Wake Forest, I'm overperforming probably based on where I've historically been right now. I think Dave Clawson's done a good job there. And I am doing that on a shoestring budget. Like Wake Forest loses money every year in athletics. Even what the ACC gives them right now is not enough for them to make money. But I'm not going to go to the college football playoff. So now I'm losing money and doing all I can to keep up. So now you're going to ask me to do that on less money.
Yeah. I know.
It's going to hurt your conference.
I know, like Jay said, people will complain, but I like this. Listen, I understand that we are capitalists. And sharing money equally, even if you did not earn it, sounds like communism. But it has worked for the SEC, correct?
And the Big Ten.
Equal shares. And the Big Ten. Go look at every league Texas has been in until this one, where they have demanded more money because we are Texas and the rest of you are not. It hasn't worked. The conferences have fallen apart. The Pac-12 falling apart when USC's top heavy. The ACC will fall apart with this model because there will be the haves and the have-nots. And even though there are haves and have-nots in the Big Ten and the SEC, it is more parity because of the equal shared revenue.
I'm just saying I've got no problem with the concept either that I'm carrying the conference, so I ought to be paid more. I completely understand that concept, and I really don't mind, but it's only going to weaken your conference. It doesn't give any incentive for Duke or Wake or some of these other programs to invest any more in football because
they can't.
They can't. And
I'm not going to have the money to invest.
That's right. And I'm barely keeping up with what I can invest right now. Where am I going to find more money to do that with so that I can get on that same tier that Clemson and those teams are? So it's going to create this massive competitive advantage for the top level, the Florida States and Clemsons, where they're going to be in one conference and the other football teams are going to be in another conference.
And by the way, it's not going to create enough money to keep Clemson and Florida State up with the SEC and the Big Ten. They still will be behind. There will be a gap. There'll be a gap.
Yeah. No, I mean,
I think it's a bad decision.
Yeah, I do too. I agree 100% with you.
Yeah. But they're having to do it to keep the league together. All right, that's from Nicole Auerbach and others who are reporting that from the ACC Board of Directors. They're making that decision today. Todd Fuhrman from Vegas, when we come back, Precision Sports, bringing you part of the show. Fuhrman will talk to us about the Celtics. With their win last night, they're down 3-1. Can they pull a 2004 Red Sox and win 3 more? What's the chances of that happening? Fuhrman on that and more coming up, Brownie.
Precision Sports Ortho.com. That's the website to remember. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com. Did you do a little exercising and now maybe that shoulder or the hip hurts? Are you feeling sharp pain after maybe doing a little cleaning to get your house looking good for this summer? Well, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics is here to help you. 9 locations of the Birmingham Metro that can get you back on track. They are rebuilding champions both on and off the field. Make that appointment today, 855-219-6200. That's 855-219-6200 or PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Top of the hour here. Again, thanks to our friends at Coca-Cola, not only for the great cooler behind Brownie, but also for the Coca-Cola experience at tonight's Legion FC game in the round of 16 in the U.S. Open Cup. Protective Stadium tonight, 7 o'clock, the Birmingham Legion of the second-tier USL taking on the Charlotte FC of the MLS. I would put Charlotte minus 2.5 on the goal differential tonight.
Holy crap, that seems high.
That's just me. We'll find out. Maybe Fuhrman has a line on the game.
Fuhrman
I don't know.
But Fuhrman has a line on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but thank you to Coca-Cola, Coke Zero, and the fine folks as I open a new one here for this final hour. We're a bag of chips and a legendary football coach away from this being old-time classic television. Let's enjoy a nice Coke and talk to Todd Fuhrman.
Let's talk to Fuhrman right now. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Former odds maker at Caesars Palace. He is on Twitter also at Todd Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Fuhrman? How are you today?
I'm doing well this fine Wednesday, gentlemen, and trust me, there are a lot of questions that you guys have asked me over the years to try and come in properly equipped with numbers here. And to be honest, it's nowhere close to 2.5 on the Birmingham Legend against Charlotte FC. Charlotte is actually even money on the three-way line, so odds makers giving Birmingham a ton of respect. And for those folks who think that it's going to be an absolute runaway, the betting market does not suggest that in the least.
Woo-hoo! I mean, Fuhrman, you blow me away all the time. The fact you've got that number, we did not give you a heads up. Dunaway didn't mention it quick enough for you to be able to dig and find that one.
I mean, you got to poke around a little bit and have an idea of exactly what direction you boys are going to go in some capacity. So sometimes I swing and miss, but more often than not, I try and make sure I'm as buttoned up as I can.
I love Fuhrman trying to predict where we're going. We don't even know where we're going, Fuhrman. How do you do that? That's crazy. All right, I do. Dunaway did ask me for a series price on Celtics Heat right now. It is still 3-1, obviously, but if I am right, going into Game 4, the Heat were minus 1,100 to win the series. It's all the way down to minus 300? Did it fall that much?
It's come crashing down. When you look at the closing number going into Game 4, the Heat were upwards of $8 or $9, depending on the book. Some a little bit higher and lower, and you could have found them if you shopped around right in that 7.5 or 8-1 range. Some books as low as plus 650. And now with just winning one game and Boston essentially being a big favorite in 2 out of the next 3, should it go the distance, Miami is down to right around a 260 favorite, take back plus 225 on the Boston Celtics, and you see Boston installed as a robust 8-point favorite in Game 5. But I know Jaylen Brown told everybody to be nervous if Boston was able to win a game. I'm sure the Milwaukee Bucks felt very much the same way when they were able to take their series home and have a chance in Game 5 before the Heat took it to them. But fascinating dynamic, obviously, because Boston was such an overwhelming favorite coming in that even staring down the barrel of NBA history, this is a short price that's out there in the betting market.
But everyone goes back to 2004 Boston Red Sox and what they did to the Yankees on that 3-0 comeback to go on to win the World Championship. But this is an 8 seed. I mean, this would be more improbable, right? If the Heat beat the Celtics in this series when it started, and now they're up 3-0, this would be the greatest collapse of all time, more than the Yankees.
Well, not from a number standpoint, and here's why. Because the Celtics coming in as roughly a $6 favorite in this series, it would have been a pretty seismic upset for them to get swept right out of the postseason. The price on that for Miami going in was actually upwards of 25-1 for that particular scenario playing out. So when you look at Boston and the pedigree and the way that they've been power rated all season long, yes, from a historical perspective, you're talking about a monumental collapse. But from a betting odds standpoint, not that unprecedented by any stretch of the imagination when you look at Boston having to win 4 games in a row, only paying right around 6-1. To kind of put that into college football terms, that's essentially an 18 to 19 point underdog winning a game outright. But we'll see what Miami has in store for Boston if Eric Spoelstra and company are able to make adjustments, given the fact they were the better team in the first half, but Boston actually looked somewhat competent in that second half, being able to extend this thing.
Yeah, Boston a heavy favorite for Thursday night's Game 5 back there in Boston. Todd Fuhrman is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. BetTheBoardPodcast.com at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. Will Denver be favored over either one of these two teams?
They would be favored over Miami, and pretty substantially at that. It'd be real interesting to see what the betting market would do in relation to the Boston Celtics. I mean, when you're talking about Boston from an odds perspective coming into the playoffs, they were the favorite. They had never really drifted out further than 4.5 or 5-1. Even when they were down 2-0 in this series, that number didn't get that outrageous. Now suddenly you have a very different dynamic in play here. But at the same time, when you look at Boston and their 57 wins during the regular season and Denver only coming in at 53, the Celtics having home court advantage would make Boston a favorite in this series, so it would flip those odds completely around compared to where Denver would be listed should they draw Miami.
Florida's an amazing story in the NHL before we talk a little baseball with you. The Panthers going into this thing, they barely make the playoffs as an 8 seed. What was their chance of hoisting the cup when it started, and how do you feel about them right now?
Pretty incredible when you look at Florida and the season that's gone on, mainly the trajectory that this team has taken, because before the year, the Florida Panthers were the third favorite to come out of the Eastern Conference. There was a lot of optimism in the wake of their early dismissal from the postseason last year after winning the President's Trophy. You acquire Matthew Tkachuk in exchange for Jonathan Huberdeau and Mackenzie Weegar, and it just took them a little while to find their footing under new head coach Paul Maurice. But here we are after staring down the barrel of a 3-1 series deficit and what could have been a Brad Marchand series-clinching goal with under 2 seconds to go in Game 5. Florida's odds at the peak this season, you could have found the Panthers at 75-1. During just this postseason alone, the Panthers drifted out to 35-1 to win the Cup, and now very much in control, obviously, of their own destiny. Sergei Bobrovsky has been absolutely outstanding, turning aside 109 of the last 110 shots he's faced, and I think it's a credit to what a hot goalie can do to instill a team with confidence, getting everybody to buy in. And if you're an NHL journalist, I have to imagine you're licking your chops knowing that you could have a Vegas and South Florida Stanley Cup final. Nothing better than being able to go from Sunrise to the Strip over the course of 7 games.
That's pretty amazing road trips there if you're covering those games, 7 games. You want that one to go to the distance.
Hey, guys, it beats the hell out of a potential of Edmonton to Raleigh if it was the Oilers and Hurricanes. There is no doubt about that from an overall sex appeal from a city standpoint of things.
How worried should the Rays be about the Yankees, Fuhrman? They're the hottest team in baseball, the Yankees, right now. They've won 5 straight, 8 of their last 10, and they're just 5 games back from the cellar a few weeks ago to 5 games back of the Rays right now.
I think there should be some legitimate concern because the one question that everybody had about the Yankees coming into the year is what this pitching staff was going to look like. And the Yankees still haven't gotten a single inning out of one of their prized offseason acquisitions in Carlos Rodon. We'll see when he's able to join the rotation. Garrett Cole looking every bit the part of an ace. And when you go through the rest of this staff and what they're capable of doing, we know that Garrett Cole is the guy atop that rotation. Everyone else has to fall in line, and as long as guys like Domingo Germán don't want to use foreign substances on their hand, they're more than capable of eating innings. We'll see what they're able to get from players like Luis Severino if he's able to get healthy and get out there and contribute. So I think the Rays should definitely be concerned. But again, I'm not that optimistic that this Yankees team is built for a deep postseason run. It feels like a similar model they've used in the past, but amazing how fast that Rays lead atop the AL East has kind of evaporated.
Yeah, come on. They still have hit 94 home runs and lead the league in that, right?
Here come the Yankees.
Yeah, I know.
Fold.
Here come the Yankees. I want to ask you real quickly about when you look at the Atlanta Braves. They've got some young pitching too. They've battled a few injuries. I still like the way the Braves are built, but now they're in the same league as the Dodgers, who are in Atlanta and sort of handing it to them right now. If you're sort of handicapping the National League race the rest of the way as we hit that first big landmark at Memorial Day, who do you like in the National League?
One thing, by the way, before we close the book on that AL East race, I think if you're a Rays fan, this weekend is massive. To Tyler Glasnow returning to the rotation to try and see if he can be the ace that they need, knowing that it's tough to replace the kind of production they were getting from Drew Rasmussen and Jeffrey Springs early on. So we've seen an absence of pitching across Major League Baseball. When you lose 2 frontline starters, I don't care how deep your farm system is, it's always going to have a little bit of an impact. Now, in terms of the National League, look, the Atlanta Braves, in my opinion, should definitely be worried about the team in their rearview mirror. If the Mets are able to get a healthy Justin Verlander and, of course, Max Scherzer up top in their rotation, they're not going to run away and hide. But from a run differential standpoint, the Braves at plus 54, obviously opening eyes, second in the National League behind only the Dodgers. I think this is a Braves team built not just for this year or last year like we talked about, but obviously going forward, just a wealth of riches from this team from top to bottom. So I still believe they're the team to beat in the National League. The real question becomes, is the muddled mess that's become the National League Central. That almost feels like it's going to be a war of attrition where a 500 record might be enough to get you there. And quietly, the St. Louis Cardinals have seen their odds shorten from around 4.5 to 1 to win that division down to right around plus $2, even a shade less in some books. The Brewers, yes, they're 4 games over 500, a negative run differential. You worry about their starting rotation. Brandon Woodruff nowhere to be found, and Corbin Burns, as we talked about, did return, but hasn't exactly looked like an ace that Milwaukee needs to anchor that starting staff.
All right, two things from the chat room before you go, Fuhrman. All the SEC is in Birmingham here for the SEC tournament, or all the teams are still playing anyway. Samuel Askew, is LSU the favorite to win it all?
College baseball.
Not the SEC tournament, but Omaha, College World Series.
They are not the favorite to win it all. What we've seen in the betting market over the last couple of weeks in terms of the landscape in college baseball, you've seen Wake Forest actually move to the forefront at a shade less than 4 to run. You have to shop around a little bit for some of those prices. But as those guys know, and you guys do with SEC baseball, I mean, throw a blanket over anyone in the SEC. If they get into the tournament, they're always going to be a difficult out. One of the biggest movers we've seen down, or I should say in the right direction, has been Tennessee, a team that was extremely banged up early on. We saw the Vols odds drift out to 30 to 1 to win the College World Series. That price is now down to 12 or 13. And pretty much everybody, all bundled up in that, 10 to 15 range. I guess if I had to look at a long shot there, if we think Georgia can find a way into the tournament, they make some sense at 100 to 1. And look, I think Auburn's going to have something to say about it as well if they get the right draw. 50 or 60 to 1, you could do a lot worse than finding an SEC team in that particular price range.
And finally, Rusty asked if you have had a Lance Taylor spotting. He hasn't even been there 24 hours, so this is too quick for Fuhrman.
Yeah, I have not. Haven't got a phone call from any of the bail bondsmen I know or any of the Metro police officers if LT wanted to make me his first call. So I figure ignorance is bliss on a variety of fronts, that he's out there chasing the dragon one way or another. And sometimes no news is good news when it comes to folks setting foot down here in the desert.
All right, that is update from the desert from Fuhrman. Fuhrman, thank you very much for the time. Always great talking with you.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of the SEC tournament this weekend in Hoover.
All right, buddy. Talk to you next week. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, and at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. I am blown away he had a number on this. I would not think you could bet this soccer game.
Yeah, I mean, but, the Legion tonight, 7 o'clock, before Brownie tells us about our friends at Michelson on the look ahead to that game here, they're in the MLS, and, we're in the second tier, USL. So I just was, going to give them a few goals there, 2.5. If you and I were doing a state bet, I would give you 2.5.
I'll take it.
But we don't do state bets.
Oh, well,
it was a quick answer.
I'll take it.
Yeah, no. I'll be cheering for the Legion tonight, so it's gonna work out good.
Well, Lunsford says my bookie has Charlotte minus 106 money line. That's basically that's a toss up.
That's basically a toss up, isn't it? Yeah, probably 106 plus 106.
They have it based on, I guess, regulation, the way it looks. So Birmingham was like plus 240 something, and then 0-0 at the end, or tie at the end of regulation was like plus 200 something. But Charlotte minus 106, if you think it's going to be a blowout, seems like a pretty good bet to make.
I'll use your word. You probably should go slam that.
I did slam it.
Yeah,
Men's of that baby.
Yeah, he's all over Charlotte tonight
as
they play
up.
They play on the turf there at Protective this evening. All right, show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Hey, listen, LASIK, it could be right for you. I went to have it evaluated. I had a decision to make. They said it would work for me, but it would also maybe affect my short vision there. I don't have to wear readers right now. I chose against it. That's the beautiful thing about Michelson Laser Vision. No pressure. Free consultation. I went and got that free consultation. Now, it worked for Lance. He had that distance vision fixed, 20/20 vision now, better than, or actually 20/10, better than 20/20. He's got like fighter pilot vision. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100, 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com. Call Amy there and tell her you want Lance Taylor's fighter pilot vision. You're tired of squinting. You're tired of having to wear the glasses. You're tired of putting the contacts in, taking them out. 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com. Dr. Mark and Jennifer Michelson, pioneers in this area, and they will help you as well. Just tell Amy you want Lance Taylor's fighter pilot vision, 969-8100, and get that risk-free, totally free evaluation today.
Forrester, do you have the Vincenzo Landino tweet I sent you from
you're
earlier?
Just making names up now.
Vincenzo Landino.
Is it Vincenzo?
Is he by chance Italian?
He is. I always love these. Tell me the Grand Prix of Monaco is in town without telling me the Grand Prix of Monaco is in town. Look at all the private yachts. They can't get the hotel rooms because the city is booked. So all the private yachts are off the coast there. And what you talk about leaving graduation, what a disaster it was getting off campus. Look at the the parking for the yachts offshore right there
So
in Monaco.
I suspect that, you know how when you go to Talladega or you go out to Barbers in Indy and the drivers are staying at the track in their motorhomes, and at Barbers they've all got little scooters. At Talladega they just go around on golf carts. I would imagine like Lewis Hamilton gets from his yacht to the track on a Sea-Doo or a jet ski or something.
A little boat to shore
Boat to
raft.
shore,
Yeah. That looks like a cruise ship, which I assume is just parked right there for extra hotel rooms and such as well.
Or somebody that's quite wealthy wanted to come to the race.
You're right. That could be a very huge yacht.
I do not understand the love for that sport. So I watched Drive to Survive on the first season on Netflix, and it was very well done. And I did not know any of the drivers, and I was like, man, this is really cool. So I watched it during F1's off season, and then when they had the first race, I was like, I'm going to watch one of these races. And I was like, I don't know how people watch this. Nobody passes anybody. One little bump, you're out of the race. It didn't really appeal to me.
Go back to the post there. Goose says, I would take the smallest boat there. I mean, that is an aerial.
I'm with him.
That is an aerial, and the smallest boat out there, I mean, I can't even put a price on it. But that's right. That's a lot of FU money, according to Rusty.
Yeah, Rusty says the biggest gathering of FU money there is.
See, that's the one I would want to go to because it's through the streets of Monaco, and I would imagine the parties around that race, the race would be just the aftermath. It's almost like going to an LSU football game. I mean, the football game is nice and everything, but it's the before and after when you're in Baton Rouge that makes it special. Amazing picture there. Amazing pizza as well. Anybody can make a pizza, right? Anybody can make a pizza, but nobody can make a slice pizza like our friends at Slice. They've been doing it for years. They have a new, unique twist on pizza, and it starts with what they put on the pizza, like the Hot Mama, right? That is just topped after all the great stuff with that hot honey, which is delicious. Brownie loves several
soul
different
pie.
ones. Soul pie is
Yeah.
your favorite. That's got black-eyed peas and
It's
collards.
got black-eyed peas, collards, Conecuh sausage. It is terrific.
Yeah, a variety of unique pizzas. The traditional stuff you love as well. Spicy Hawaiian's another one of my great favorites, which includes the pineapples and the jalapenos on there. Slice pizza, 4 great locations, including one in Lakeview and in Vestavia, the new one in Crestline, the one in Montevallo. You can order, you can take home. It's a really, really wonderful local pizza with local ingredients. Eat local, drink local, be local with our friends at Slice. We're back in a moment right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
They're playing at the Hoover Met, and actually some blue skies for the first time of the tournament over the left center field fence. So the ground crew probably breathing a little sigh of relief that they may have pulled that tarp for the last time.
Go get some barbecue, boys.
Through the rest of the week. LSU is beating South Carolina in the first game of a doubleheader day. So nobody gets eliminated today after 4 were sent home yesterday. Arkansas and Texas A&M has the next game this afternoon, and then the night session, Florida and Alabama, and then Vanderbilt and Auburn. For Alabama, Andrew Pickney, who's been killing it hitting the baseball, another home run last night, gets asked about the mindset of the team since Coach Bohannon was fired. They're now winners of 9 of their last 11 games. Here's Andrew.
What's the mindset of this team? You guys win 9 of 11 since March the 4th, obviously everything that happened at that. What's the mindset? Is it kind of a us against the world kind of mentality since all that happened?
Yeah, I mean, we're not really worried about any adversity or anything. We're just playing no pressure, playing for the guy beside us, and just taking everything a pitch at a time. And when you do that and you just play as a team, good things happen, and we'll just be happy to be playing tomorrow.
Memorial Day weekend hat going there for Alabama.
I'm guessing he does okay in Tuscaloosa too, Andrew. That throw from right field to get the kid at home, yes, I think it was in the second inning. He threw an absolute laser and didn't even really get a good exchange. It didn't look like from glove to hand after he made the catch, and still got the guy by a full step.
And he's swinging the stick right now really, really intense. Auburn wins for the 9th straight time against an SEC team. So they're on a 9-game win streak. And here's Butch Thompson after their win last night.
It's just today. I don't think the program was falling apart if we lose today. And the past and the history and the future and all that stuff is for another day. This team, I'm just doing everything I can within my walls to get people to play in the now. We want to play good here. I'm not trying to be condescending in my answer. There's a lot of people that showed up maybe the first time to see us play. This is important, and we do want to play well, but I can't. When over half your team's new, I can't drag 2018 and 19 and make them kind of tote that in a wheelbarrow when they walk up to the plate or to the mound. We got to be in this moment. We're here. We're in a good place, and I got to get them to run the Autobahn as fast as they can, but I got to be the guardrails to keep them out of the ditch. That's my job with this team that's playing well right now.
Yeah, and they are. They've won 9 straight there. Show being brought to you in part today by the folks who have been the folks that if you had a car that was going to run the Autobahn, you want to park it on the best garage floor, you get it from these guys.
My guys, Tough Dog Coatings. These guys are super successful local businessmen, and they're always looking for ways to help out and have a good business, and they have started Tough Dog Coatings here. Locally owned, operated, but at this incredible business that they've got that they have launched here in Birmingham, and they want to make your garage space, the surrounds around your pools, even some of those inside basement floorings look the best they can, your workshop maybe even. These coatings aren't your normal coatings. They come with a 15-year warranty. They do not crack. They don't wear out like epoxy does. They don't yellow if any of it is getting natural sunlight. They look as beautiful from day 1 to year 15. Easy to clean as well. They look amazing, and they even exceed OSHA ratings for anti-slip. So this stuff is top of the line. Tough Dog Coatings. They're about to do my garage. I cannot wait to see you the before and afters to show those to you. But if you want more on the garage floors from Tough Dog Coatings, here is the number to call. 205-947-3639. 205-947-3639. Or the website, toughdoggaragebfloors.com. That's Tuff, toughdoggaragebfloors.com. Tough Dog Coatings.
All right. So we've been updating you on SEC baseball, Major League Baseball ongoing, including a game right now with Milwaukee leading Houston 2-0 as they play up in Milwaukee. First one to ring in with the bell. The unique shared history that the Brewers and the Astros have.
Rockstar, I'll let you take that.
Both baseball teams. My tongue got in the way.
What the crap's going on?
Both baseball teams. That is
share the love of baseball.
That is correct, but not the answer I'm looking for.
Harmon Killebrew started his career in Milwaukee, finished it in Houston.
I don't know that to be true, but not the answer I'm looking for.
None of those teams have ever played in my backyard.
Bad News Bears challenged them.
Lunsford, you want to take one wild? I mean, it's a pretty easy trivia question if you're a baseball
clearly
geek.
not, yeah.
You just said if you're a baseball geek, and I haven't watched a game of baseball in probably 10 years.
They have a unique.
By the way, Harmon
shared history.
Killebrew played for the Minnesota Twins, not the Milwaukee Brewers. So probably a bad guess by me.
Back-to-back days, Harmon Killebrew been mentioned on this show.
How about that?
Yesterday I did it because I saw him play the Birmingham A's back at Rickwood.
Robin Yount finished his career for the Astros.
I don't know that to be true. The answer I'm looking for, these are the two teams that switched leagues a few years ago. The Houston Astros, when I was a kid, they were a National League team.
Yep.
The Milwaukee Brewers were an American League team. The Astros wanted to get into the league with the Texas Rangers for a little rivalry.
Interesting, yeah.
And Milwaukee
Forgot
wanted to
about
get
this.
back to their roots with the Milwaukee Braves, and they switched places.
Yeah, and now that you mention that, I do remember that because the Braves-Astros used to both be in the NL West. It used to be kind of a little mini rivalry between those two back in the day. To me, that never – I don't even think about that anymore. But for whatever reason, I always remember the Seahawks as an AFC team. I don't because and I never knew they were NFC for their first year of existence. I never knew that part, but they quickly moved to the AFC.
I did not know that to be true.
Yeah, I think they were NFC their very first year.
I did not know that.
I think that is right.
I did not know that. I lived through that. I did not know that because them and the Buccaneers came in together, and I thought one was AFC and one was NFC. But it would make sense that two would come in the NFC. That would make sense. But I did not know that to be true.
Yeah, I think they were NFC their very first season. NFC West in 1976, and then they quickly moved to the AFC in 1977 into the AFC West.
So how about that?
And it doesn't matter how many NFC games they play, and they've been doing it since 2001, so they've been doing it for more than 20 years
now.
Yes.
Yeah, wow.
I still think of them frequently as an AFC team because that's what they were when I was growing up in the Steve Largent, Dave Craig, Ricky Waters days.
Me too. And I did not remember that being the case in 1976. So that's when I became a Buccaneer fan. And I just assumed they put one expansion in the NFC and one in the AFC, giving you odd numbers. But they apparently did not do that.
And I still, and I might be alone in this, like that old school AFC uniform they had.
I do too, though that gives us too many silver helmets.
I didn't know there was a limit, but maybe.
I agree with you. But, when you have the Cowboys in that silver, then I always thought the Seahawks was too close. If you're just watching the game.
Back in the old AFC West days, you get Seahawks Raiders playing 2 times a year, and that'd be silver helmet on silver helmet.
Yeah.
But that dome would rock. I used to like the Seahawks.
Yeah.
I mean, they've never come close to surpassing the Dolphins, but I liked them back in the old AFC days.
All right, let's get to Rockstar's viewing menu, brought to you by our friends at brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Save the date. The spring open house with artist Daniel A. Moore is next Thursday night, 1 o'clock, 5 to 7, right there at New Life Art. You get to meet and greet with artist Daniel A. Moore. He will also be available to sign or personalize your items as well, your artwork. Exclusive announcements of upcoming projects as well from Daniel A. Moore, plus special discounts available during the open house. Light of refreshments will be served. That's coming up next Thursday night, 5 to 7, right there at New Life Art. A chance to talk, bend the ear, and hear from Daniel A. Moore as they celebrate at New Life Art. Rockstar, what are you watching tonight?
You got a new show premiering tonight on Apple TV Plus. It's called Platonic. Platonic, former best friends approaching midlife reconnect after a long rift. The duo's friendship becomes more consuming and destabilizes their lives, starring Seth Rogen and Rose Byrne.
These are the two people that were in the two movies where they were next to
Neighbors.
the sorority house and fraternity house, right?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing Seth Rogen wrote it too. Seems like everything he's in, he writes.
So this is a play off of that because they're united and they're living together? And they've got
that I don't know.
fraternities and sorority people living next door to them?
I don't think that has anything to do with Neighbors. I'm just going to say. And then 9 p.m. on HBO Zone, what is everybody's opinion on M. Night Shyamalan?
I liked Sixth Sense, and that is the only good thing he's ever done.
Really?
Yep.
Unbreakable, also really good.
Yeah. I hadn't watched that.
I like those two. After that, I don't really watch them because they scare me.
Yeah, he's a little bit like Tarantino. If I see his name on it, I just pass.
Signs is on tonight from 2002 with Mel Gibson and Joaquin Phoenix. I actually enjoyed that film. I actually really enjoyed The Village too, although that got panned by Joaquin Phoenix and everything. But that is on tonight on HBO Zone.
Didn't he do the one where you had to be quiet or the monster would get you?
No, that was John Krasinski, Jim from The Office.
Did he do the one where
Jim from The Office did that scary ass movie?
Yep.
Did he do the one where they're stuck in the convenience store and there's a fog outside?
That's The Fog. I think that's the Steven Spielberg.
Or is it The
King.
Mist? I thought it was
The Mist and there's The Fog.
Yeah. Did he do that one?
No, I think that's both. Stephen
I
King.
didn't like that one either.
Ironically, though, on a spoiler alert, at the end of The Fog.
Did he do Barbarella?
Ironically, spoiler alert, at the end of The Fog, the Warriors were left
They're
standing.
still Warriors. Yep.
All right, Brown, you had a little TV
All right,
tie-in.
so the most consecutive years, the number one ranked show in primetime. Okay, so this is since 1950, basically, since they started keeping up. All right, so the most consecutive years a show has been the number one ranked show in primetime.
So non-NFL, right?
No, hang on. Don't jump the script, Dunaway. 4 years in a row it was Gunsmoke.
Yeah.
You used to love Gunsmoke, didn't you, back in the day?
I did not see it live.
I mean, that's back when you had 3 channels, most of these. 5 years in a row, All in the Family. I never knew that reached quite that height, but 5 years in a row, All in the Family was the number one ranked show in primetime. Also 5 years in a row.
Can I guess after that?
Yeah, this one was.
I bet I can get all 50 of these.
Yeah, Lance. This was in the 80s. 5 years in a row.
Cosby Show.
Cosby Show, 1985 through 1990.
Okay.
It tied another show in the 80s that was also number one ranked in a different, Well, they were tied. They were tied for 1 year.
Yeah.
Actually.
For just 1 year.
Just the 1 year, just the last year, 89-90. This show tied them as.
And then it carried over into the 90s for 5 years?
Yes, 4 years. Yes. That's how that worked. Yeah.
That is going to be, is that ER?
Cheers.
Oh,
Yep, picked up where Cosby left off and took over. 6 years in a row, this show from, I think its inception in 05 through 11 was number one in primetime.
05 to, so we skipped over the Seinfeld years.
Yeah, Seinfeld apparently was never.
Our Friends.
05 to 11 is Friends.
No, American Idol.
American Idol, okay.
Mm-hmm. Friends is not on there either. 12 years in a row now, Sunday Night Football.
Sunday Night Football.
To show you the power of the NFL, it's double the next closest one in the history of all of television to be ranked number one in primetime.
All the good shows are streaming now, so this record will never be broken.
It will never be broken. Yeah. You're absolutely right. 12 years in a row, Sunday Night Football. And in fact, they'll just continue to add to it because it's going to continue to be the number one ranked show in primetime for infinity.
So 60 Minutes back in the day never did it.
Nope.
Yeah. That's really crazy.
Most consecutive years, number one ranked show in primetime since 1950. 12 years in a row now, Sunday Night Football, double the next closest one, which is American Idol.
When we come back, I've got the 4 downs today since LT is in Las Vegas. Don't forget, tonight we're out at Top Golf 5 to 6. Brownie, tell them what we're getting as we kick off the Legion's chance to knock off MLS Charlotte and advance to the round of 8 in the U.S. Open Cup. Big night, 7 o'clock. Get your tickets at bhmlegion.com. But come on out to Top Golf if you're going to the game, and we will enjoy a kickoff party with our friends at Bud Light.
Yeah, we're doing a show from 5 to 6. There will be complimentary food and drink sponsored by our friends at Bud Light there at Top Golf. They're going to have a swing-to-win game where a hole-in-one, or each hole will have prizes. You get to play a little game that they've created there. It's going to be a fun game, and you can win everything from sunglasses to a Bud Light Peter Millar polo to a $100 Top Golf gift card and much, much more. Top Golf tonight will be there 5 to 6. The game starts at 7, so Bud Light going to be hanging around for a couple of hours. Win great prizes, have fun, and get free beverages, free food right there with our friends at Bud Light and Top Golf tonight in downtown Birmingham.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemp Hill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090. hemphillservices.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
No?
What?
Mike
No,
check
we-
Forster? Nope.
We're working on Forsters, Mike. We can check it.
Just
today.
give us a test. Let's see.
This is the most puzzling thing in the world.
We cannot figure that
It's the
out.
weirdest dang thing.
We've unplugged it, plugged it, turned it on, turned it
The
off.
engineers are like, man, it should be working.
And if you turned it
I
off and turned it
know.
on, it should be working,
Yeah, it's
man.
rebooted.
Lunsford has taken over the mannequin seat in place of Lance to join us for the 4 Downs today, which is brought to you by our friends at Slice. Let's roll around and tell everybody our favorite Slice experience. For me, I like going by for lunch where I get a slice or 2 slices, my favorite pizza of the day, and a good salad, a wedge salad, and top that off with a nice cold Bud Light. What do you like when you go by there?
I like going for lunch. We all go to lunch together, getting a couple of slices of cheese. It's like the one place I like cheese just normal cheese.
It's because the crust is so good.
It is. The whole thing's just good.
4 great locations. And Brown, you're all over the place. What are you getting when you go to lunch there today?
We're going to lunch at Slice. I'm going to get the soul pie, no onions. What I get every time. I may get a slice. I'd like to share a hot mama with somebody.
Or what Lance say? Well, is it the Porky Pig eats it?
The Little Miss Porky Pig. Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Pig in the blanket. That one.
Slice Pizza, 4 great locations. Get by there today. Let's do 4 downs.
First down.
Hey, we were talking about Monaco, the Grand Prix there. One sporting event, any sporting event you've never been to that you'd like to go to one time before you die. One sporting event you've never been to that you'd like to go to one time before you die.
I know exactly what Brown's going to say. The Iditarod. No, I would like to see a World Cup final. That's about. I don't really care about a Super Bowl.
What's going to be in the U.S.?
2026.
Yeah. Would you try to go?
We need to do a show there.
No. Where is the final?
Well, it's Mexico and U.S. and Canada, so I don't know where they.
It would not surprise me if the final's at SoFi.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's in L.A.
Yeah, I want to say it's out there.
Yeah. All right. So it sounds like the best chance for the rest of your life.
Should we go ahead and get Steve and the folks at ATIX trying to get us tickets for the 2026 finals?
I don't really care to go.
Oh, USA is going to be there. I promise.
Yeah, I know.
It would be the just the excitement of being there.
I don't want to go to the game though.
I wish I'd gone to the one in Brazil. That looked fun.
Yeah, but then you have to go through Brazil. There was a lot of bad things.
Yeah.
Krusty says NCAA men's basketball tournament. I like going to the men's basketball tournament, but let me tell you what, you miss a lot while you're there.
Yeah, you miss all the other games.
You miss all the other games because the Birmingham one was Thursday, and you miss all the opening round. I mean, it is.
Y'all going back and forth like downtown and getting like just not going down there and being here and watching all the games.
I know.
I was able to enjoy it so much more.
Yeah. I kind of like it. Mine would be the obvious ones to see the Dolphins in the Super Bowl. That would be number one for me. But non-Super Bowl, I'd like to go to a British Open at St. Andrews. I've talked to a lot of people that have been to that one, and that's cool. Just the way the town is right there on the 18th fairway. Yeah. It's apparently the pub's right there. It's a pretty big party.
Daniel says any Olympic swimming medal race. Richard says a World Cup final for him as well. That's a good one, Brown. You know, I've covered a Super Bowl, but when the night of the game, the first one after 9/11, I was not credentialed to be in, so I was in the outside media.
Oh, so it's like
area.
Yeah.
So I didn't really get to go to a Super Bowl. That would be fun, but to me, an NHL home team game 7 somewhere, that would be fun. What about you, Lunsford?
Well, I was going to say, Lunsford, have you ever spent an Iron Bowl in the press box? Dude, that thing, you've done it, haven't you?
Luckily, I got to do one, and thanks to both of these for getting out of the seats so Joe Hunk and I could sit there, and they went out on the field. Now, that was way after I had been scarred for life.
I just don't see.
But that day, I had to convince him so much to go down on the field with me. He wanted to stay in that seat, and I was like, "You've already done it to him. You've already done it to him once. Don't do it again."
Honey, we have access to the field.
The field's the worst place to watch a football game.
It is not. It's the best place to watch.
It's a terrible place. You can't see anything on the field.
You see everything.
No, you see nothing. Up top's the best place to watch the game. I hate watching the game from the field.
I love watching it from the field.
Brown's right. That's why I wanted a seat in the press box. For me, when I turned 25, I made a bucket list of things I wanted to do. 3 sporting events were on there: the Masters, the Dubai Grand Prix, just because it's like if you had the money to go to that. I mean, you talk about all the yachts and everything you saw out there. Imagine that in Dubai, and then a heavyweight title fight. And thanks to Deontay Wilder, I did that one. So.
Oh wow! So you've done that one. The Masters is not out of reach. I mean, you.
No, I could do the Masters. I will end up at the Masters at some point.
Yeah.
The heavyweight title fight, once again, that's kind of cheating because Deontay Wilder did it in Birmingham.
Are you okay with just a Masters, like a practice round, or do you want to be the Sunday
Pro-Am?
I want to go to an actual Thursday through Sunday.
Okay. On that bucket list, those were the only 3 sports. Any career goals? Like, did you ever dream of sitting right here on the microphone between me and Brown, getting paid?
Not on my list. Oh
crap!
I mean, I worked with y'all for a long time, but however, one of those was starting my own media company, so I will count this in that.
Wow!
So,
yeah, part of the ownership group right here, boys.
Making dreams come true.
That's right.
Second down.
Oh, that's me.
You got to give me a second.
You asked me a couple of questions.
Yeah, sorry. Wrote these on my phone. You got to give me a second.
I have a password on my phone.
He's got where he makes that sound when he's thinking, by the way. My grandfather used to do that.
when they did the thermostat.
Hey, Shorty, will you run and get me the screwdriver out of the garage?
Do y'all do this to me when I'm not here? Because we do it to Dunaway and Lance.
Oh, we do it to Dunaway?
Yes, Jim. Don't act like you don't know we make fun of you.
You hush your mouth.
Listen, y'all make fun of me when I'm here.
I know.
Especially in Monday meetings. I mean, my goodness.
We don't
I
stop it
couldn't
when you're
sleep
going.
Monday night. I had to write an apology letter.
Brought a lot of that on yourself from what I heard.
Unbelievable. More one-score games next year in college football. Alabama or Georgia? More one-score games next year in college football.
I think it'd be
Alabama or Georgia?
I don't know that Georgia will play a single one-score game.
I agree. Alabama.
It'd be Alabama.
I only put that in there because an amazing stat today that I read at CBSSports.com. Between 2015 and 2020, Alabama played in 11 one-score games. With Bryce Young as the starting quarterback, they played in 10.
It's crazy.
One-score games.
I was talking to somebody about that the other day, how it felt like Bill O'Brien's offense was just throw crap against the wall, see what sticks, and if we get in trouble, Bryce will bail us out. That's felt like what Bill O'Brien's offense was for 2 years.
It was. And, I mean, you're not going to have Bill O'Brien or Bryce Young this year to have those close games, but the team's just not quite what it was.
So I'll say it again for you. With Jake Coker, Jalen Hurts, Tua Tagovailoa, and Mac Jones, 2015 to 2020, 11 one-score games. With Bryce Young for 2 years, 10 one-score games.
But also those one-score games, how many were losses before and how many were losses with Bryce Young?
7-3 is their record in the 10 run, and they would have lost all of them without Bryce Young.
Daniel says Alabama, Georgia doesn't even take the field to December.
Third down.
All right. Hey, happy birthday. Got a couple of celebrity birthdays because you can't do 4 downs without them, apparently.
That's my favorite part.
Bob Dylan, happy birthday today.
How old is he?
Did not look at that.
Oh, no. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Hold on. I got it on my phone.
Damn thing. All 10 celebrities that have had crazy plastic surgery that'll shock you.
Bob Dylan is 82.
Wow.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Brownie. Bob Dylan, happy birthday. Tell me someone you respect the job they do, but you don't like
That is a great way of describing Bob Dylan for me.
Their work.
I respect that Bob Dylan is apparently an excellent songwriter.
Amazing.
And has made a huge impact on music, but if I never listen to another Bob Dylan song, I'll be just fine.
Early Bob Dylan's really, really good.
Yeah.
Check out the album Desire. It's fantastic.
Right.
He's singing in it. He's not 80, but
yeah. Tom Brady. Yeah, I respect the heck out of what he did, but hated watching him do it.
I mean, it's going to be sad because it's going to piss a lot of you off. Other than one Metallica song, I respect the heck out of what they do.
So you like Enter Sandman and that's it?
Yeah, but the rest of them, it's a lot of screaming, a lot of great driving, hard guitars, but it doesn't do it for me. But I respect the heck out of what they do, and I love the fact that guy's a perfectionist. So I admire the heck out of the whole band, what they've done. But it just doesn't float my boat.
I have an easy answer that I don't want to say on the show. If I went music,
The Midnight?
I would say no. I love The Midnight. My music answer would be U2. They do nothing for me. I have no desire to ever hear any of their songs, any of their music. But
it's the Eagles for me.
But they've done it. It seems that way for a lot of people.
Yeah, just the Eagles. Ugh.
See, I like the Eagles fine. In fact, I really liked the Eagles when I was growing up, and they were still, Hell Freezes Over was '94. I think my high school senior year.
Fourth down.
Richard says LeBron over there.
Yeah.
All right, one more here. Happy birthday, Justin C. Riley. He's either 58 or 88.
John
C. Riley. John C. Riley.
John, he's 58.
Yeah, 58. All right, 58. His favorite role of yours?
He was but the thing with John C. Riley, he was such a good actor. He was more of a 4th or 5th tier actor in the early, like What's Eating Gilbert Grape and stuff like that. He was just a guy he was that guy that you recognize, and then he started doing comedy with Will Ferrell, Step Brothers and everything, and they did Talladega Nights. My favorite role from him, I guess it's Step Brothers, but he can be a great serious actor too. He was in Lunsford, you're going to have to help me out here.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
He was in the 80s.
He was in Boogie Nights.
He was a very small role in Guardians of the
Chet
Galaxy.
Rockwell in Boogie Nights. Great role.
He's in Chicago's the biggest one he did because he was nominated for an Oscar for that. He's the best in my opinion, actor that could do both serious and drama.
Yeah.
Like he's the best one that has done a bunch of both. For me,
Robin Williams was that.
Robin Williams was that way too. For me, it's a smaller movie, but it's called Cyrus. It's him, Jonah Hill, and Marissa Tomei. I think it's Jonah Hill's mom. It's a much smaller movie, but he's incredible, and all of them are incredible in that. But he's really good.
Mine would be Wreck-It Ralph. He was the voice on Wreck-It Ralph.
That was I was about to go.
Yeah,
Very few people know he was the lead voice in Wreck-It Ralph.
That was a good kids animated movie.
The best thing ever he's ever done is not a movie is Steve Brule. I absolutely love that character. He's actually my wallpaper on my desktop. Steve Brule, Dr. Steve Brule is the best.
He got nominated for a Grammy for his song "Walk Hard."
The Dewey Cox story.
Yeah, the Dewey Cox story. That is our Four Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice. 4 great locations. One final segment coming up on the other side, right here on TNR. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie.ag, getting you in the game.
And they will bring you Buster Olney on the show tomorrow at noon, Thursdays at noon. Buster Olney presented by MyBookie.ag. Right now, use code NEXTROUND. Get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000 at MyBookie.ag. Play the Major League Baseball games. NBA Eastern Conference Finals still remaining, and the NBA Finals. Get down futures on your favorite college football or NFL team. All of that right there at MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND for that sign-on bonus up to $1,000 there at MyBookie.ag. And you can start winning right away. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech, 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
LSU is off to the winner's bracket. South Carolina to the loser's bracket. Brought to you by our friends at Redmond Distilling, Redmond Vodka. That's game 1 of the SEC baseball tournament. Game 2 coming up. Arkansas and Texas A&M. Then Alabama at 4:30 as they take on today number 2 Florida, number 2 in the country. And then after that, Auburn gets number 8 Vandy in the late night game. Bama's ranked number 24. Auburn's 13th. 9 straight for Auburn. We've heard from Butch and from interim coach Jason Jackson on the show already today. The SEC baseball tournament continuing. That's an update from our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling.
Can I make a point about the revenue sharing in the ACC since you're talking college baseball?
Yes.
So in case you missed the show, there appears to be support for the revenue-producing sports getting bonuses for basically being successful in those sports, right? So you just heard Todd Fuhrman say earlier this hour that Wake is the national favorite to win it all right now. So their coach is obviously doing a really good job. I'm going to imagine if you start looking at coaching salaries, his is not way up there, right? Do you know how hard it's going to be to keep coaches in sports like baseball at places like that if Wake starts having to cut back because they're not getting the extra football money?
Instantly, why would he not be a great target for Alabama where they would overpay him and bring him in?
I think he probably is right now. I think that's one of the names that has been mentioned because I think I remember us being like, Wake's really good right now.
Yep.
But, I mean, there's no way you can keep up in those kind of sports if my football money is now dropping. Yep. I mean, the only reason Wake has any sort of facility or whatever in baseball is because of football money.
The conference sharing.
Conference sharing, right. And that's all because of football TV deals. You'll never keep coaches like that at a place like Wake.
That's right. And if we did this in the SEC, how much further behind would Vanderbilt be?
Oh, Vanderbilt would be non-existent, whereas Vanderbilt is, where are they in the current RPI?
They're top 10 baseball team, yeah.
Yeah, number 8. I mean, Vanderbilt is going to be in great position to even host super regionals.
Thank you guys. 5 to 6 today at Top Golf with our friends at Bud Light. We've got so many great relationships up here. And tomorrow, it's actually out in the lobby right now. And we can't wait to go out and look at it. Packaging and everything. I'm not going to tell you what it is yet. But tomorrow on the show, one of the next partnerships that we have here that you guys will be able to purchase and enjoy every day. And we hope you do that. But I'm excited about this. I can't go wait to see the packaging.
I told them in the lobby that I think my grandfather in heaven would shed a tear if he were here on earth to see this. That's all I'll say. I think my grandfather would have said, son, you've made it.
So
I do, Rockstar.
I thought the emotion skip a generation. That would have landed with you. So I doubt he would have cried. He'd have been happy for you because nobody in your damn family cries.
Would he have cried at your daughter's graduation?
No.
He'd have bitched about how long it lasted and all the yelling.
Apparently not. I mean, I cry in a national anthem. Brown says, freedom.
Could have been better.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. We'll tell you what it is tomorrow. It's not dip cans.
TNR smokes.
Yeah. Light them up. Filter free, boys. Roll them up in your sleeves. We'll tell you what it is tomorrow, and we're going to take a look at the packaging. I hope we like the packaging because we've got a lot of it out there.
Looks really good.
I've never won a cod piece, so this is going to be interesting.
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.